And good afternoon, everyone.
We are learning that is going to
Generally speaking,
Honey?
But the gains are pumping.
Yeah, the market's closed.
Futures don't sleep in the after hours, bro.
Dad, is Mommy a finance bro?
She switched careers to make money for your weddings.
Ooh, penny stocks are blowing up. Sweetie, grab your piggy bank. We're going all in. Let me ask you, for your wedding, do you want a gazebo and a river?
I don't... What's a gazebo?
Something that your mother always wanted and never got.
Dad, is Mommy a finance bro?
You could give these
She
different
switched careers to
investment
make money
options
for
a
your
shot.
weddings.
The right money moves
Penny
aren't.
stocks are blowing up. Sweetie, grab your piggy bank. We're going all in. Let me ask you, for your wedding, do you want a gazebo and a river?
I don't... What's a gazebo?
Something that your mother always wanted and never got.
Dad, is Mommy a finance bro?
You could give these
She
different
switched careers to
investment
make money
options
for
a
your
shot.
weddings.
The right money moves
Penny
aren't.
stocks are blowing up. Sweetie, grab your piggy bank. We're going all in. Let me ask you, for your wedding, do you want a gazebo and a river?
I don't...
For your weddings.
The right.
Generally speaking, how should voters
Drop the price of every footlong in the app to $6.99. Wait, Subway did what? $6.99?
Okay, you guys can hear me, right? Okay, you guys can hear me, right? Oh, Jesus. Oh my god, I'm crackling again. Okay, you guys can hear me. Alright, you know what? Screw this. I am going to make this change. I'm not using OBS anymore. It's making me really angry and I'm done with it. So, screw that. I'm so done with having to do this every time because OBS doesn't want to work and I'm just not doing it anymore, okay? No more of this. Go away, audio input capture, audio output capture, go away to OBS entirely. And now let me do display capture, that's fine. And then let's switch video to actual camera. All right, no more OBS. We're just doing Streamlabs now. I'm tired of it. Apparently, I may not be able to actually, here we go. And it says I should be able to watch this live. I don't understand why it's doing this. Da, 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 da. Hey, Mary, you're in chat, right? What is this? Screw that. Okay. Let's hope this works. No, it's not. Oh, God, how many ads are they gonna play?
Keeping the best. Action. This is a state very much up for grabs.
In between a whirlwind series of stops, I sat down with the Democratic candidate for president and her running mate today at Kim's Cafe here in Savannah.
Okay.
Inside, nothing was on
Here we
the
go.
table, and you will see our interview in its entirety. The vice president's first as her party's standard bearer, responding to her critics and answering our questions.
Let's see how this goes.
Thank you. It's good to see you. This is not where Vice President Harris thought she would be. Going to Georgia. Yes. 7th trip there this year.
Is it not? Is it not showing you guys what's actually happening on the screen? Oh my god. Oh my god, CNN blanks their screen? You must be joking.
Nominee for president just months from election day.
No. Oh my god, I think they blanked their screen. Give me CNN Live. Just CNN Live, anything? What are you doing on CNN Live?
Okay. All right. So we're talking about all those slides? There were like 100 slides.
There were 100 slides, Your Honor. We're talking about those, but in
Okay,
particular,
I don't care about you. Why advertise this everywhere and then make it so hard to actually watch? We only have clips for some reason, even though it's airing right now. It's meant to air at 9 p.m. Eastern Time, and it is 9:04 Eastern Time. It's been airing. So, how come we can't watch it? What does The Guardian say? How to watch. The interview is there. The network said the interview will air on its website and app Thursday night and on demand on Friday, including a live... Okay. So I can have it open on the actual... There we go, yes!
After a stunning debate.
Can you see this? No, you can't. Wow, they're just going to be pricks about it to that extent. Do I have to sign in? Is that... No, I am signed in.
I think that...
Okay, I guess we can only listen to this. So, you guys are gonna watch me while I watch this, and we'll cover it that way. And then once the actual stream is on demand, we can cover it from there, I guess. You know what? No, it doesn't want to work now. Screw it. Screw this. We won't do Kamala Harris today. We can do that tomorrow. I don't want to waste any more time on it. So let's get to the stuff that I actually want to talk about. Polls. Polls are a good way to start. Now this one you'll definitely be able to see. So this is regarding the new polls that have come out in swing states. Let's just watch the video. I have a lot to say about the polling in general, but remember, as you're listening to this, this is CNN. Keep your ears out for biased language, and don't fall into the liberal hope trap.
Projected map, the race to 270. Where you see yellow states, there are 7 of them. Those are the battleground states, the swing states, where it is very much a toss-up race. Now, you talk to Democrats, they've always made clear the most likely pathway for them is in the blue wall states. We're talking about Pennsylvania and Michigan and Wisconsin. You add in the 1 electoral vote allocated to the congressional district in Nebraska.
So 2 things here. Yes, Nebraska is just weird for some reason. It's the reason that they have that 1 electoral vote in that little part of Nebraska makes no sense to me. But that's Nebraska for you. Up until recently, winning Pennsylvania was not only something that we really wanted to do, but it was literally the only viable path forward. If we lost Pennsylvania, we would by default be losing the election. In almost every scenario. Now, since then, there has been some changes to the polling that have come out and made it a bit more viable to go with multiple different routes. So,
and you get 270 electoral votes. That is a clear pathway. Just a few months ago, the Biden team was looking at that pathway as really their only pathway. Here's what's changed over the course of the last 6 weeks. We'll put these back into the toss-up category. We're talking about Sunbelt states. I was talking about the polling that came out from Fox News and what it shows. It shows an extraordinarily tight race in places like Arizona, Georgia, Nevada, and North Carolina. Three of them.
Now,
those four states.
before we go any further than this, so Arizona and Georgia were already like swing states. We were losing in both of them. Arizona, it's still a bit of a toss-up whether we will win or lose Arizona. I think that Kamala Harris will win Georgia unless something happens to make that more difficult or the odds of that lesser. At this point in time, I do think we'll win Georgia, but these numbers are far too close. These margins are not as wide as I would like them to be, especially knowing that, you know, if we don't win this by a landslide, Trump's going to take this to court. He's going to claim that the election was stolen from him, as he did last time, and he does again. And like he's already been saying that he won't accept the election results if he loses. And we want it to be as clear as possible that he has lost, so that it's harder for the Supreme Court to overturn the election victory of Kamala Harris. That may or may not happen, but in that case, in the case of an election victory, we need to be able to prevent the Supreme Court from overturning it. Now, Nevada, again, was pretty much the same way that it is. North Carolina, now that one's interesting. We did not have any chance of flipping North Carolina previously. Now, hold on 1 second, guys. Yep, okay, yeah, lovely. I definitely think we needed that on for you to be able to hear me. I don't think I did. I definitely think we needed that on for you to be able to hear me. I did not create an echo. Good to know. Now, North Carolina, like I said, was not in the cards up until very, 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 very recently. It would be not only a huge bellwether to win North Carolina, it would be excellent. It would be excellent all around, because it would make not only the electorally winning much easier, it means the pathway to victory is much quicker, and it also, actually, I'm not sure what time it would make it quicker because North Carolina's polls would close earlier, and it would make history. You know, North Carolina has been pretty red for the last few elections, I think. Let me actually just double check on that. 270 to win. We can do it together later. Let's just keep watching this.
Joe Biden won in 2020. North Carolina has long been an aspirational goal for Democrats.
Yeah, as I said.
It is very much in play. Now, While Harris has very narrow lead in Arizona, Georgia, and Nevada, they're all within the margin of error. That means there is no clear leader. But here's what's interesting when you look at these numbers. The clear gains the Harris team has made over the course of the last couple of months. Compare them to where Joe Biden was just a few months ago, down by in every single one of those states.
God, I'm so happy that Joe Biden dropped out. We would have lost this, like, immensely. Imagine if Joe Biden had stayed on as the presidential candidate post the assassination attempt on Trump's life, things would not have gotten better. The fact that we switched our candidates during the DNC, like right after the DNC, which I'm still not sure if Biden did that on purpose because Trump was going to announce his running mate, and who knows, it doesn't matter. Had it still been Biden, these numbers, this 46 to 51 would have been much further on in Trump's favor than it would be in not only Biden's but Democrats as a whole. It would have led to us losing not only the presidency but the House and the Senate, more than likely. Now, again, we're not in the clear. We may still lose the presidency, the House, and the Senate. All of these are still at risk, as we're going to see. But we're doing better than we were, but these 1 point, 2 point, 3 point margins are not comforting in any way.
It's by at least 5 points. Now, why does that matter? Again, kind of already laid out. The blue wall, those Midwestern states, are really where Democrats mostly look to get to 270. However, what they have now on the Harris team is what we saw in 2020, which is more pathways to 270. And for the Trump team, as they pour money into Pennsylvania and Georgia, what they're looking at right now is if they can hold on to North Carolina, win those two states, they've got 270 electoral votes.
Yeah, we cannot allow Republicans to win both Pennsylvania and Georgia and North Carolina. We don't really want them to win Pennsylvania and Georgia anyway, because if we don't win North Carolina, and as he said, we need to win Pennsylvania at the very least. We need to win Pennsylvania to make this comfortable. Now, if we don't win Pennsylvania and we win North Carolina and Georgia, that also makes this easier. I have the map open that we're going to go through, and I'll explain this in a bit more detail when we get there.
And it's a big if right now, given how close things are. The Harris campaign can hang on to Pennsylvania, win North Carolina, flip North Carolina. Only once in the last 11 presidential cycles have they been able to actually do that. Then they put Georgia in play as well. They have a number of different pathways, and we're not even talking about some of those blue wall states. Now, is that all going to happen? But it's very much a toss-up race right now. Everybody on both sides will acknowledge that fact. But the battle is real, and it wasn't so much the case just a few months ago. Now it certainly is. Now, one area the polling continues to show that Donald Trump holds an advantage, though it's narrowing a bit, is the economy. Something the Trump Vance ticket and their surrogates are highlighting.
Do any of you buy for a second that the Kamala Harris economy has been good for American workers?
Do any of you buy for a second that Republicans led by a billionaire is going to be good for the working class?
Nobody buys it. Inflation has failed, wages have failed to keep pace with the price of groceries, the price of housing.
Yeah, he walked back inflation because he knows that inflation is down lower than it's been in years.
So you've got people working hard that failed to keep... Nobody buys it. Inflation has failed, wages have failed to keep pace with the price of groceries.
This
is
true.
Housing. So you've got people working harder and harder, feeling like they can't get ahead. They're in fact falling further behind as they work harder and harder. That is not an economic record to be proud of.
Now, this is true, but what is he going to do about it? What are Republicans going to do to help that? Nothing. What's Kamala Harris going to do to help that? Well, she's offering a grant to first-time home buyers. They've talked about raising the minimum wage. Tim Walz has a history of not only wanting to raise wages, but is a labor union member, and they've been supported by many labor unions. It seems like the working class seem to think that Kamala Harris will actually help them, as opposed to Republicans who might believe that Trump and Vance will help them, but I don't even think a lot of them actually believe that.
That's what the
this race needs to be about. It needs to be about the economy, cost, the 40-year high inflation that really Joe Biden and Kamala Harris created. They're taking
40-year high inflation. 40-year high inflation. Now, you know what? Let's keep watching. I'll pull that as.
Now for inflation going down. Hell, they created it to start with. You can't take credit for that.
Joining us now to discuss all this, senior political commentator and Democratic strategist Maria Cardona.
By the way, this is a straight up lie that they created the inflation rate, but sure.
Former Deputy Communications Director for the 2016 campaign, Brian Lanzagas. Thanks so much. I expect definitive answers, no hedging, no ambiguity, which is impossible in this moment, given what we're looking at right now. Well, let's start with you. New polling, the extremely tight races across the Sun Belt, not just in those blue wall battleground states, in Georgia in particular. Joe Biden.
I want you guys to see. This is the Federal Reserve Bank of Cleveland, and this is their inflation charting. And this goes from 2015 all the way to 2024. And we can see that where inflation rises is during COVID. Now, who was president here who started off with low inflation, and the inflation began to rise? Look at this. Look, it's 2021. It's February 1st, 2021, shortly after Joe Biden became the president, without being able to really do anything, because remember, this is February 1st, 2021. This is immediately after Jan 6th. This is still in the middle of the COVID wave. 2021 in the United States was not a good year. Now, month by month, we can see this inflation rate rising, as it did in every country. But once we get to about June of 2022, it starts very, 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 very rapidly declining. Now, Republicans will claim that this inflation rise is due to policies of Biden's, like canceling student loan debt and the infrastructure projects and whatnot. All of this is nonsense, considering most of those occurred from about here onward. What was the date of the very first Biden's student loan? Very first time Joe Biden did this was August 24th of 2022. So actually, well into when inflation started to decrease. Now, again, just for some proof here, fact sheet: President Biden announces student loan debt relief for borrowers who need it most. August 24th, 2022. The rise in inflation was caused by COVID, and inflation has since, even with these policies like the student loan debt cutting, have dropped inflation down to, what is it, 2.9 and 3%, which is slightly higher than 2020. It's on par with most of the last decade. Now, again, Republicans will happily lie straight to your face. They don't care about the truth. They don't care whether they're correct or not. And that's really what this election is about. It's not about the economy. It's about the people who are constantly lying about anything to drum up issues for people to be upset about. The inflation argument is only there because they want people to be mad at Joe Biden. There's plenty of real reasons to be mad at Joe Biden, but it doesn't benefit Republicans to talk about those real reasons because they agree with those things, or it shows that they aren't in support of the working class people. And that's what I mean, is when they make these lies, like, again, let's just hear this bit one more time.
Fallen further behind as they work harder and harder. That is not an economic record to be proud of. That's what
Might be too not far enough.
It's the economy.
Do any of you buy for a second that the Kamala Harris economy has been good for American workers? Nobody buys it. Inflation has failed, wages have failed to keep pace with the price of groceries, the price of housing. So you've got people working harder and harder, feeling like they can't get ahead. They're in fact falling further behind as they work harder and harder. That is not an economic record to be proud of. That's what this right
now, again, oh wait, hold on. This was the guy that we wanted to disprove.
This needs to be about the economy, cost, the 40-year high inflation.
40-year high inflation. That's what I wanted to, that was the bit that we were missing. Now, does this look like a 40-year high inflation today? Not during COVID, not right after Trump's presidency, not before the programs that they tend to blame this inflation rise on, which is about here. Again, actually, it's probably closer to here because it was August 24th, so it's almost September. Inflation has started decreasing dramatically. They lie. They will happily lie because they don't care.
Joe Biden and Kamala Harris created. They're taking credit now for inflation going down. Hell, they created it to start with. You can't take credit for that.
They created it to start with, not COVID, not Trump's policies during COVID. No, none of that.
Strategist Maria Cardona and former Deputy Communications Director for the Trump 2016 campaign, Brian Lanza. Guys, thanks so much. I expect definitive answers, no hedging, no ambiguity, which is impossible in this moment, given what we're looking at right now. Maria, let's start with you. The new polling, the extremely tight races across the Sun Belt, not just in those blue wall battleground states. In Georgia in particular, Joe Biden flipped it by just shy of 12,000 votes in 2020. Do Democrats feel like that is in play right now with Harris and Walz down there?
There's no question, Phil, that it is absolutely in play. And what you saw coming out of the Democratic National Convention is that mobilization, that energy, that inspiration from so many new voters that are looking to the Harris-Walz campaign as something that is inspiring them to get involved, that she's speaking to what it is that they are looking to a leader for.
It's partially that, but it's also partially people are just tired of the shit, man. Like, people just want someone who seems like they care, who will actually put some effort in to appealing to the American people in a way that isn't condescending, that isn't flat out lying. It's not easy. And honestly, I'm afraid that a lot of people are becoming disillusioned with Kamala Harris. I am afraid that these increases in poll numbers are going to actually drop off because she does seem quite a lot like Joe Biden at the moment. And again, she is the sitting vice president at the moment. So she does have to juggle the line. She has a bit of a juggling act to do. You know, there's the line of, these are the policies that I want to support, but these are also the policies that the president supports, and the vice president can't outright contradict the president while she's the vice president and running for office. She can say certain things, but certain other things she has to walk a bit of a tightrope on. And people were attributing Gaza about this, but it's gotten to the point where I don't think whether she cares about Gaza or not, whether she wants to do something about it or not, the establishment is just not gonna let her. As we saw at the DNC, they didn't even let a Palestinian speak, and honestly, that tells me nothing. Like, no actual effort is going to be put in by any presidential candidate for helping the Palestinian people. It's just not going to happen. But
And the other thing I would say, Phil, is that if you look at the new registrations. Target Smart, the data firm, looked at registration in 13 states, even since Kamala Harris became the nominee. And as they have updated their voter files, it shows an increase for young black women registration of 175%. That is unheard of.
Well, now that is really good, and that is our key to winning a state like Georgia, is getting the black people out to vote, getting the black vote, win it. And to be fair, Kamala Harris has made quite a lot of gains there. Even right after her announcement to be the presumptive candidate prior to her taking it on at the DNC, they held several fundraisers for black men and black women, and also white men. I don't know why they're going so heavy with the multiple different categories of like phone banking. I guess it's for like branding, but there's more than 100,000 people for those phone banks, and this was like the second day after she announced her presumptive candidacy. And since then, the GOP has continued to push black voters away as they're incredibly racist, unsurprisingly so, and that does help us with that, at least.
Latinas are not far behind, 150% over what they were in 2020. That says to me that this inspiration, this mobilization is real, and you're going to see that on the ground. Now, I will say, and I've always said this, that this campaign needs to run like they're 10 points behind. And I love that Vice President Harris knows that, understands that. She always talks about being an underdog because...
Speaking of racism, in Denver, Colorado, blacks must sit at the back of the bus. Kamala's migrants sit at the front. Caution, Kamala's illegals. I'm a fan. But, yeah. I mean, like, look at this. Tell me that this isn't horrific to see. And, I mean, again, this isn't in Colorado, but shit like this makes people not want to vote Republican, especially people of color.
I think that that is exactly how they will run and how they can win. But the other thing I would say is that an underlying issue that is not being really read in the polls, measured in the polls, is this issue of reproductive freedom. We saw this play out in 2022 when everyone was talking about how this was going to be a red wave because the focus was on the economy. Yeah. Yes, the economy, people care about the economy, but people are also have the ability to go into a polling booth and have several issues on their mind. And
so there's a reason. I was going to go into this later, but we'll go into it later more in depth. But there's a reason why things like reproductive rights aren't coming up as high in the polls that people that come out regarding like opinion and likely voting habits and all that. And it's that the methodology for getting the information for these polls is not only like flawed, but it attracts a very specific kind of person who will answer these polls. Think about it. I mean, even especially the ones with the independents. If you're an independent in 2024, that means you do not give a shit about politics at all. To not be somewhat biased to one side to the point of like, I don't know who to vote for, I'm an independent, or I'm an RFK voter or something. That to me signifies that they don't care about politics. Now, taking the RFK voters out, the people who are independent, likely voters who don't know who to vote for, these people who get polled and answer the polls are genuinely insane. Because think about how crazy you have to be. Think about the type of person who doesn't care about politics enough that they're not already 100% sure that either Kamala Harris or Donald Trump is the literal devil, based on most Americans' perspective. Not that I think that, but most Americans tend to lean one way or the other. Now think about someone who's so out of touch with politics that they're in the middle, they don't have that opinion, but they're answering polls about politics, email polls, phone call polls, polls in the mail, or even in person. The kind of person that engages in this behavior more often than not is going to skew the statistics that come out of these polls in a way that doesn't necessarily show the actual beliefs and the actual likelihood of how people are going to vote in the election. And this is why we've seen polls becoming less and less correct as time has gone on with the last few elections. They haven't been predicting as well, and that's because things have shifted and people have become significantly more partisan, and the people who answer polls generally aren't super partisan MAGA types, as they don't trust the media. They don't want to take part in these polls. So a lot of the time we don't get the full picture of how they're going to vote, as well as a lot of Democrats just don't care enough to answer these polls. It makes things complicated. So don't put all your eggs in one basket. Don't be too focused on what the polling says, because it's quite likely that the polling doesn't actually mean anything. In a lot of cases, in swing states, especially the closer we get to the election, they do start to mean more. So let's continue.
Reproductive freedom is top notch.
You know, Brian, what I think is most interesting right now, look, there is understandable focus on a very different race in the Democratic side, a very different candidate, a very different campaign, a very different moment. And yet, if you look at all these numbers, the Trump team's pathways, and there are very many, to 270 electoral votes, are pretty much static. They're the same as they've been, which means they have a lot of options right now. As you look at the campaign and what they've been doing over the course of the last several weeks, should they be changing anything? Is their strategy need to shift at all?
You know, first of all, thank you.
Sorry, I wasn't listening.
Strategy, pretty much static. They're the same as they've been, which means they have a lot of options right now. As you look at the Democratic side, a very different candidate, a very different campaign, a very different moment. And yet, if you look at all these numbers, the Trump team's pathways, and there are very many, to 270 electoral votes, are pretty much static. They're the same as they've been, which means they have a lot of options right now. As you look at the campaign and what they've been doing over the course of the last several weeks, should they be changing anything? Is their strategy need to shift at all?
Their strategy is dog shit, so yes.
Thank you for having me. You're absolutely right. I think for the past 2 months, if you look at 2 months ago, President Trump was playing in these blue states. It was offense. The map has expanded a little bit, but we're still playing offense in blue states. I think Pennsylvania is going to be the state that matters the most. We all expect Georgia to fall back into place to what it normally does. You know, the San Francisco values tours that's taking place in rural Georgia is just not going to sell. I mean, at the end of the day, when you drive through rural Georgia, you know, with the voters there, what the taxpayers see there, is they see the inflation mobile. You know, Harris brought this inflation to their community.
Again with this inflation. This is on CNN. This isn't even like conservative media. They're talking about inflation when inflation doesn't exist right now to the point of it being an issue. The issue is not inflation, it's wages. But of course CNN doesn't want to talk about that because, you know, they are liberals and they don't actually want to fix it. Low latency toggle under the advanced menu settings. Sorry, apparently I'm buffering, so I'm looking to fix that. Yeah, okay, I have low latency toggles, whatever. I hope I'm not buffering too bad, guys. Is it? This is the same reason, this kind of giving in to the talking points of the right is the same reason that we're still talking about immigration when immigration is also not a problem. It's infuriating. It's like they don't even try.
Extended their credit, causing them to lose their farms. That's what they see with this Harris tour through rural America and through these swing states. So I think Georgia's going to fall back into place, but as long as we continue to play offense, is going to be good. You have to remember, Trump's support has stayed stagnant. That's where he needs to remain.
Shockingly.
As policy gets rolled out, as Harris makes these policy announcements, these policy decisions, it's not going to be a game of addition for her. It's going to be a game of subtraction, because as more and more people learn about her policies, the more and more she becomes less of this sort of inspirational figure, and the more and more she falls back into this partisan figure.
You know, and Maria, to Brian's point, I've heard that from a lot of Republicans who say when she starts talking to the press, people are going to start opening their eyes a little bit more about where she stands on very specific issues.
Speaking of where she stands on certain things, my comment on not being particularly hopeful on Kamala Harris being to the left was pretty on par. Harris Republican cabinet choice speculation. This is from a rally that she did earlier today.
For the past 2 election cycles, voters in this very state, you who are here, have delivered. You sent 2 extraordinary senators to Washington, D.C. You sent President Biden and me to the White House. You showed up, you knocked on doors, you registered folks to vote, and you made it happen. You did that. You did that. And so now we are asking you to do it again.
I assumed that this would involve the topic, but no, I guess not. Maybe.
So, Savannah, are you ready to make your voices heard?
A former Republican. That makes things a little bit better.
Do we believe in freedom? Do we believe in opportunity?
Oh, this is Charlie Kirk. Screw her.
In the promise of America?
Screw him, rather. Ugh, God. Okay.
Are we ready to fight for it?
Her speaking is really good. The way that she engages with the audience, the tone that she used, this Obama-esque moment from that. This is actually kind of racist. She sounded nothing like Obama there. In fact, I'm gonna go back and say that this is racist. Whether she's racist or not, seems like a decent political analyst based on some of the follows that I recognize, but this didn't sound like Obama. Kamala Harris said in CNN interview that she would appoint a Republican to her cabinet if elected. Not a fan. Again, I wish we could watch this interview. It would be nice, wouldn't it? But no, CNN doesn't want me to.
Issues. The interview tonight, it has been 40 some odd days. Republicans have been very critical of the fact there hasn't been one yet. Democrats have said, guys, we had to stand up a campaign in 40 days. But this is an important moment, and there's going to be a ton of eyes on it, and it's unscripted, and we know Deanna's pretty darn good at her job. What do you think the campaign wants out of this?
I think the campaign is really looking forward to this interview, Phil, and I love that they chose CNN and that they chose Dana, because they are looking forward to having her sit down along with her vice presidential nominee, Tim Walz, to be able to talk more about what she and he have already presented to the American people. I know Republicans love to use this thing, to have it be a criticism because they have nothing else, right? This issue that she hasn't done interviews, they have nothing else to fall back on. She has been talking to the press, but more importantly, Phil, she's been talking to voters. And that is why you see the enthusiasm across the board, across this country, even in the polls. That's why Republicans are so concerned. Tonight is another opportunity for Kamala Harris and Tim Walz to show and to talk to and tell the American people about what they would do to lower their cost of living, about what they would do to...
Kamala Harris and Tim Walz might not be perfect, they might not be what I want or great, but they are much more likely to lower how much stuff costs for you than Republicans are, just by default of not being Republicans.
To expand access to healthcare, to lower prescription drugs the way that they have been doing, to help American families deal with crushing student debt, which Republicans don't want to do, frankly. And so there's so much of a contrast that Kamala Harris and Tim Walz can show tonight. They will show how they wake up every single day focused on helping the American people. Contrast that with a 34 times convicted felon in Donald Trump, who only focuses on what he can get out of this for himself. He's never done anything in his life that doesn't have anything to do with what benefit he can get out of it. He's only in this to stay out of prison. And you can tell he can never stay on message. Brian, I know, is blue in the face talking about how Donald Trump should continue to talk about the economy and inflation and immigration. But
Again, the economy, inflation, immigration. I'm just gonna keep saying this. The economy is doing great by like Republican stock market, all those numbers. It's not the economy that's the issue, it's cost of living. And the reason cost of living is the issue is because of your wages. Prices will never go down once they've inflated. We don't have a deflationary currency. That's not how this works. Milk and eggs are never going to be the same price that they were 5 years ago. They're only ever going to go up. So wages need to go up to match that. Immigration, entire lie. Immigrants commit less crimes than natural-born or naturalized citizens. Immigrants pay taxes and don't receive benefits. Immigrants are not the ones smuggling drugs into the country. That's American citizens. This is... CNN is having people on here who are talking as if they support Democratic policies, and then just immediately secede their ground on any argument that Republicans make that is just factually untrue. It would take 10 seconds for them to talk about this, to show the graphs that I've shown.
Doesn't do that. He is on social media. He is reposting sexual slurs and horrific content. That's the contrast.
I mean, I would say after working...
Every job, every single job, about 107% of them was taken by illegal immigrants. The fuck?
I'm very concerned about it because the jobs the people that are coming in are just taken. And it's going to start with the black population. African Americans are losing their jobs. And I don't know if you heard the latest statistic that of the jobs that these people created, which is very little, every single job was taken, about 107% was taken by illegal immigrants.
So
there's been no job creation.
This claim is that every single job that was created under the Biden and administration's policies with Kamala Harris, because again, they're trying to conflate Kamala Harris to Biden's policies, that they have an equivalent amount of power and influence because she's the vice president, so she's responsible for the policies of the president. Which, you know what, fair enough, I'll take that argument. It's not true, but it's fine. But, so, they're arguing that 107% of those jobs were taken by illegal immigrants. The kinds of jobs that were created under the Biden admin were almost entirely manufacturing jobs, factory work, which is not done by illegal immigrants for the most part. The job that illegal immigrants do more than anything else is farming. They do agriculture. Hold on. Let's see. Pew Research poll. Again, I'm going off topic here with this, but I'm so sick of hearing this stupid immigration stuff. Pew Research from July 22nd this year. So, the number of unauthorized immigrants in the U.S. grew from 2019 to 2022. Yes, this is true. It's fine. The number of unauthorized immigrants from Mexico dropped to 4 million in 2022 from a peak of 6.9 million in 2007. So again, illegal immigration is actually down. It's not up. From 19 to 2022, the unauthorized immigrant population from nearly every region of the world grew. The Caribbean, South America, Asia, Europe, and Sub-Saharan Africa all saw increases. The unauthorized immigrant population grew in 6 states from 2019 to 2022. Florida, Maryland, Massachusetts, New Jersey, New York, and Texas. Only California saw a decrease, which again is funny considering they like to say that illegal immigrants have ruined California. There's less of them there than there used to be. About 8.3 million U.S. workers in 2022 were unauthorized immigrants. Unauthorized immigrants. And actually, I like unauthorized immigrants better than illegal immigrants. I need to start saying that. An increase from about 7.4 million in 2019. It's gone up a little bit, sure. The 2022 number is essentially the same as previous highs in 2008 and 2011. Now, the composition of the U.S. immigrant population. Total lawful immigrants is about 36.9 million, and that includes naturalized and born citizens. Now there's lawful permanent residents at 11.5 million, temporary lawful permanent residents, and then we have about 11 million unauthorized immigrants, according to this from 2022. Now, who lives with unauthorized immigrants? Unauthorized immigrants live in 6.3 million households. That includes more than 22 million people, represent 4.8% of the 130 million U.S. households. Like, I want to get to working stats. What countries do they come from? Here's a good question, because I've been told that immigrants from all over the world, from Russia, from China, are being released from their prisons. That Iran and Hezbollah and Hamas are sending immigrants through the southern border into the United States. Now, again, this is from 2022. Same dip. Obviously, we know that that's a lie. The vast majority of U.S. unauthorized immigrants come from Mexico, unsurprisingly, with the second largest population being Central America, followed by Asia, and then South America. Makes sense. These numbers have been pretty consistent over the years. Might I say again, though, the amount of unauthorized immigrants coming into the country is down compared to it was in 2008. States, that's fine. Labor force, here we go. The number of unauthorized immigrants in the U.S. workforce grew from 7.4 million to 8.3 million, equal to previous highs in 2008 and 2011. Represent about 4.8% of the U.S. workforce. This was below the peak of 5.4%. The share of the U.S. workforce made up by the share of the U.S. workforce made up by unauthorized immigrants is higher than their 3.3% share of the total U.S. population. That's because unauthorized immigrant populations include relatively few children or elderly adults. Groups tend to not be in the labor force. The share of unauthorized workforce across states: Nevada, Texas, Florida, New Jersey, California. I want to see what jobs they do. Give me a second. Labor force statistics. Let's see if we can find it here. Oh, I should see if we can. There we go. Now, unemployment is down. I want to see here. Okay, I will continue looking for this in the meantime, but I'm telling you right now that the vast majority of unauthorized immigrant labor is done through agriculture. Unauthorized. Let me just actually check that. Alright, I pulled up a few different links. Some of these are not from like the last 2 years. This one's from 2020. Again, it's Pew Research. A majority of Americans say immigrants fill mostly jobs U.S. citizens don't want. About 3/4 of Americans say undocumented immigrants mostly fill jobs U.S. citizens don't want. A lower share say the same about legal immigrants. You can see that, yeah, I mean, this is also quite true. Didn't change. 77% of adults said undocumented immigrants fill jobs that U.S. citizens don't want. And that was in 2019. The U.S. unemployment rate at the time soared, blah, blah, blah. That doesn't matter. I just want to see what kind of work they do. Estimates of the U.S. unauthorized immigrant population and workforce are based on augmented 2017 American Community Service surveys. Even 66% of Republicans in 2020 said that unauthorized immigrants do jobs American citizens don't want to do. Also, obviously, the higher your education level, the more likely you are to not be a Republican. So, unauthorized immigrants account for nearly 1/10 of all U.S. workers in the food industry. Yeah, that would make sense. Food retail, food distribution, food processing, food production. As I said, vast majority of them work in agriculture. There is further jobs with food from there as well. I mean, even that, legal immigrants beat them with the amount of jobs that they hold in the same industry by overall and by food processing jobs and retail jobs and distribution jobs. The only place that they're tied is food production because, like I said, a lot of these undocumented immigrants are farming. Many undocumented immigrants work in industries that there are risk for job loss during the virus, blah, blah, blah. Yeah. Legal and unauthorized immigrant workers by state. We've already seen that. Industries and occupations of U.S. legal and unauthorized immigrants. Agriculture is quite high. Construction is quite high. Hospitality is relatively... But manufacturing. Here we go. That's an important one. Even in 2020, undocumented immigrants don't generally do manufacturing jobs. Manufacturing jobs tend to be a bit more strict with who they hire. Who's winning right now? Pook13 in YouTube chat. Nobody. We are... I cannot make a prediction because everything's pretty much tied, and also both parties are run by idiots. So who knows? Things can change at any point in time. Someone can just say some stupid shit and it's gone. That was my point. They're lying. They're just lying. This is a clip that we got out of this interview. If it'll play.
Generally speaking, how should voters look at some of the changes that you've made, that you've explained some of here in your policy? Is it because you have more experience now and you've learned more about the information? Is it because you were running for president in a Democratic primary? And should they feel comfortable and confident that what you're saying now is going to be your policy moving forward?
Dana, I think the most
Why is
important
there
and most
audio like
significant
this?
aspect
Jesus.
of my policy perspective and decisions is my values have not changed. You mentioned the Green New Deal. I have always believed, and I have worked on it, that the climate crisis is real, that it is an urgent matter to which we should apply metrics that include holding ourselves to deadlines around time. We did that with the Inflation Reduction Act. We have set goals for the United States of America and by extension the globe around when we should meet certain standards for reduction of greenhouse gas emissions. As an example, that value has not changed. My value around what we need to do to secure our border, that value has not changed. I spent 2 terms as the Attorney General of California prosecuting transnational criminal organizations, violations of American laws regarding the passage.
I swear, every time she says transnational criminal organizations, I keep thinking of trans people, because there was the talking point of she jailed quite a lot of trans people and put them in prisons that didn't necessarily match up with their gender identity when she was the prosecutor for California. Although she has walked that back and apologized. This was obviously like 10, 15 years ago. But I keep thinking that she's bringing that up every time she says transnational crime. Just say drug cartels. Just say international. I don't know why you need to say transnational just because they move from country to country. You're bringing up the memory of what people have called you out for every time you do something like that.
Drugs and human beings across our border. My values have not changed.
Okay, so yeah, we've seen this. This is the polling. Now let me pull up some of this. Oh yeah, we were still talking about immigration, weren't we? Let's just finish this off. 2016, this is going quite far back, but historically, just to understand, again, some U.S. occupations have high shares of unauthorized immigrant workers. Even back then, it was farming, construction, service industry. Production would be manufacturing, and again, that looks like it went down. It was at 6 on the same Pew Research's poll in 2020. It was down to 6 from 9. Transportation dropped off almost entirely on that chart, probably because a lot of people ride Ubers, and Uber does want to check your ID, and you can't get a driver's license in many states unless you have a green card, and therefore that would reduce the amount of undocumented immigrants working in transportation. Service industry would be about the same. Historically, it's always been this way. Nothing has really changed with immigration. Everything has been pretty stable since like 2011, beside from the wave of COVID and how that affected people, which barely raised the amount of people coming in to the United States from the southern border. We do have an increase of people coming in from the border. Like, I'm not denying this, but they're saying it's a crisis, that we're being invaded, whereas just in 2011 and 2008, the number of undocumented immigrants coming into the border was millions higher than it is now. And again, I don't care if they come into I invite them to come into the United States. I hope they all do. Let's make Mexico America. Not by annexing Mexico, but by Mexico annexing America. Let's just bring every person in Mexico to the United States and then just turn it into Mexico. I don't know. I don't care. Immigration is good. This is a good thing. People come into the country and they make benefits for everybody. They work, they pay taxes, they support industries, they buy things. Again, Republicans don't actually want to stop immigration. Some of them do. But the ones that do are the white nationalists that don't want, I don't know, the blood of the country, as Trump put it, mixing with them. Every other actual Republican that isn't a white nationalist will complain about immigration, but doesn't want to fix it because it's good for America. That's why George W. Bush didn't really do much for inflation. For immigration. That's why throughout the entirety of the Obama administration, even though Republicans would constantly yell and scream about immigration, there was very little done for it. Just recently, Biden proposed a very, very right-wing border bill that would have given Republicans things that they've been screaming for, wanting for years. And Trump said don't vote for it because it wasn't beneficial to him in his campaign. He said this live on TV, might I add you. But I think that bill would have gotten voted down anyway. They would have found the reason to vote it down. Be like, oh, this is Biden's, we don't like him. But it would have fixed the problem, and then it would have screwed over a lot of states. I don't know. It's frustrating. It really is. What are we up on to next? There's this. The IDF fired into a UN World Food Program truck. Aid trucks suspending the World Food Program got their aid truck shot, and now they're not coming into Gaza anymore because the Israeli forces shot them. Hold on. I had a bunch to talk about for Israel, but I don't think I'm going to do that today. Obviously, there's a lot been happening. They came into the West Bank yesterday and have been doing some horrible atrocities there. But if I'm going to talk about Gaza and the West Bank and Israel proper, not Israel proper, Palestine proper, I need that to be the focus, just because it feels too important to not. I'm getting some links open for you guys. Now, just yesterday, there was a new Reuters Ipsos poll that came out. Now, this isn't that one. The one that came out yesterday, I'll bring up next, but this is opinion polls for the election, and we're gonna see some interesting things here. So 3 months out, Harris does hold a small lead nationally. If you do vote in the 2024 presidential election in November, how would you vote? 42 to 37. If candidates like RFK are involved, it does seem like RFK is definitely going to be drawing votes away from Republicans because he's far too crazy to do it from Democrats. In states where he's not on the ballot, it's still much closer, 47-49. Not happy to see that. Swing states. It looks, we'll go into the swing states later, but it's pretty neck and neck. This is a concerning graph, and I agree with a lot of this. Americans don't view Harris as better on the issues than Biden. Now, here we go, I can zoom it. Political extremism or threats to democracy. Wow. Okay. They thought Biden was better for that. I disagree entirely. For economy, unemployment, and jobs, she's twice as unpopular as Biden was, even though Biden was great for the economy. Concerning, but not surprising. There's the amount of media coverage on her. And again, like I said, the people who are answering these polls might be skewing them a bit. But crime or corruption... she's only a point higher, which is weird. I don't know. The immigration jump is because of everyone calling her the border czar. She's better on healthcare. Everyone agrees with that. and most people seem to, sorry, no, she's not better on healthcare. I read the chart wrong. She's like worse on everything. This, I would put them about equal. I think she is about equally good on healthcare. For crime and corruption, I would put her at maybe +2. I don't actually know the way that they're scoring this, but, you know, a +2%. I would put her over crime and corruption, leaving Biden alone. Hello, Kyle. Immigration, again, is a non-issue, but the whole border czar stuff is definitely going to make her seem worse. Economy-wise, she's just as they're about the same. Biden was really good for labor unions. She's really good for labor unions. But Biden and Harris both wanted to raise wages, and both have introduced policies that would be helpful to the working class. The $25,000 first-time home buyer tax credit is a big one. The canceling of lots of student loan debt. More of this needs to happen. The people answering polls are not the people that some of these people are probably not even going to vote. But, you know, obviously Democrats are more enthusiastic for Kamala Harris becoming the nominee. Harris outperforms Biden among independents, youth, and minority Americans, obviously. Don't care. Following the assassination attempt, statistically tied. That was with Joe Biden. Why are they talking so much about Joe Biden? This was only like 2 days ago. Whatever. The latest poll from... Where are you? The latest Reuters Ipsos poll finds that that Harris leads Trump by 13 points among women and Hispanic voters. Trump leads among white voters and men. We're going to talk about that very specifically. There's a reason for that. Yeah, we'll actually look at the actual polls rather than this. So, the 270 to win. So this is what the map currently looks like, obviously. Before we get to the actual polls, I want to show you what I meant before. Now, if we flip North Carolina and we take Michigan and we take Wisconsin, we don't need to win Pennsylvania or Georgia. All we need to do is win Nevada or Arizona. Now, oops. Now, if we lose Minnesota, which I don't think we're going to, sorry, not lose Minnesota. Where are you? Which one was it? Was it Minnesota? I think. No, we're not going to lose Minnesota. It's Wisconsin that is looking at, like, I don't think we're going to lose Wisconsin either. I don't think so. But even then, let's say they win Georgia on the Republican side. Let's say they win Pennsylvania. That makes things a bit risky, you know? We would need to win both Nevada and Arizona in that case. But let's go back. Let's say we win Pennsylvania and we win North Carolina. That's already at 261. We only need to win either Arizona, Georgia, Michigan, or Wisconsin to win any of those. Flipping North Carolina could be incredibly beneficial by a bare minimum. Now, if we look at... So these are the most recent showing of polls. Nationally, Harris is still just about 2% over Trump. Arizona looks like it's in the margin of error. Georgia is definitely in the margin of error. So, you know, actually, let's do it this way. All right, so Arizona looks to be leaning red. At this point, what would this look like? Michigan looks to be leaning towards us. Uncommitteds could really flip Michigan red if they don't vote, you know. Nevada looks to be, again, within the margin of error at 0.6%, possibly blue. North Carolina, let's say the Republicans win that. Pennsylvania is leaning our way. Theoretically, we could flip Texas and Florida. Not that I think that's going to happen. Theoretically, we could. But see, in this scenario, we need to win Pennsylvania or Georgia. We would need to win either Pennsylvania or Georgia if it looks like this, you know. And if we were to lose Nevada, that would be fine. If we were to lose Michigan here, then we're still safe. But again, it's far too close. So if you live in any of these states, if you live in Michigan, Pennsylvania, Georgia, Arizona, Nevada, Wisconsin, please go out and canvass. Please talk to your neighbors, knock on some doors, get people to get out and vote, because it's so important. These polls are far too close. I mean, nationally, just 2%. Arizona definitely looks to go to Trump. Like I said, Nevada, 0.6%. North Carolina, 0.4%. Sorry, I want to look at North Carolina's actual polls. Let's look at this. So, as of the last poll, Bloomberg, the Morning Consult, it looks like 49% to 47%. We win, according to this poll. The Emerson College puts Trump winning by 1 percentage point. Fox News also by 1 percentage point. And that's all in the last 2 days. Now, yes, I don't think, the third-party candidates aren't going to be an issue there. But for North Carolina, it's within 1 to 2 percentage points of us flipping the state. And I think that's huge. Where's Texas and Florida? That's what I wanted to look at as well. And where are you? Now, 5%. Still within the margin of error, might I add, because it's 3 to 5% would be my idea of a margin of error. Usually closer to the 3% side, but let's dream a little dream for a second. And these polls are from last week. Wow, I'm down from 47 to 43 last week. Interesting. They need another one of this. But if you go to the week prior, 47 to 50, there hasn't been anything bad. I mean, this was the week of the DNC. So maybe that's what excited people in Florida enough to produce that outcome in the polls. But for Texas, as of just this week, we are 5 points behind. And it could happen. It could happen. I don't know. I don't think it's going to happen. I just wish it would. So House election polls. This is also important because beyond just the presidency, we have the House and the Senate that we need to win. Now, luckily, when people go out and vote for the president, they also tend to vote down ballot. They will vote for the House and Senate as they do so. Now, if there are specific races that are important that need to be focused on, and I'll go more in depth into those later in this week, but Jesus, 34% for Utah. Utah is just so fucked because of the amount of Mormon influence. It's just Mormon land. They have their own laws, essentially. Not really, but the evangelicals and the Mormons in the area are, it's like their own country. It's wild. They just I don't even know what to say about. I have a friend who's Mormon who grew up in Utah. I've heard a lot about it. I've met some Mormons. Utah's fucked. It's just really, really, really fucked and incredibly corrupt. You think the Catholic Church is bad? Wait till you see the Latter-day Saints and what happens in there. Now, this was a thing that I wanted to bring up. Ted Cruz, only 2% above his rival here for his seat in the Senate. If we kick Ted Cruz out of the Senate, oh, that would be beautiful. It would be genuinely beautiful. Now, these are the polls, right? But so here's the map for the Senate. The moment we're pretty close. Now, if we looked at those polls before, the only I shouldn't have closed that page. Maryland looks to be a tie. Utah, Maine, Cruz. We need to pick up quite a few Republican seats to actually make a difference here. But at the very least, we need to maintain what our Senate looks like. This is the prediction. The prediction is that we're down by 2. This does not make me happy. Ohio, Wisconsin, Montana. These have mixed party delegates, I think. I don't really know what that means. Where is it? That means that they don't know which ones those are, obviously. Not happy with the Senate view here, but the House view as well. There's quite a risk of us not only losing the presidency, but losing all 3 branches of government. And we cannot allow that to happen. This is also the likely map. These are contested areas. So this is Montana 1. Let's see. MT1. You are 3% up in the polls. Not looking good, but still within the margin of error. Especially for a contested. Now, yes, that was the other one, Lauren Boebert. I've been saying this for a while. She's only up 0.2% against Adam Frisch, who's her opponent. We need to kick Lauren Boebert out of the House. She's already moved from Colorado 4 to Colorado 3 because everyone in Colorado 4 hated her. I know people in Colorado 3. I actually lived in Denver for a year, and I spent a lot of time in that district with some friends that I made. And they are very conservative, but they're not stupid, and Lauren Boebert is pretty stupid. There's a good chance that she's not going to win. And let's say if we flipped this, that would be great. What else is there? There's New Mexico 2. What's the likelihood of New Mexico 2 flipping? Ah, there we go. It looks like this might actually be ours. It's low margin of error, obviously, but winning these is quite important. Arizona 6. Risky. Could lose that. Arizona 1. That's within the margin of error. It's under 1%. We can flip it. And here's the thing. So for Arizona 6, there's only a 0.1% chance of Favorite Kamala achievement as VP, Requiem? Let me think about this for a second. So, achievement as VP, as in like since she became the candidate, or while she was just Biden's VP? Because you can't conflate things that are done by the Biden administration to Kamala Harris. You can't give her credit for that. It's the administration did it. Since she became the candidate, anything she did from Biden's VP to now? Well, like everything at the conventions, aside from the Gaza stuff, picking Tim Walz was probably my actual favorite. That would be my answer. Picking Tim Walz as her running mate. Best decision that she would have made. I'm not going to refer to stuff that was done by the Biden administration because that's not, you can't conflate her with it. She wasn't the president, Biden was. So since she became the nominee, picking Tim Walz is my favorite achievement. The way that she speaks is good. Her platform is not good enough, but better than we would get from Biden at this point in time. Because Biden was also really good for the middle class, and she is doubling down on that. The middle class has been the center of Kamala Harris's like messaging campaign, at least for the last couple weeks, and especially at the DNC. Now I think they're going to switch gears. I don't like Kamala Harris, by the way, Requiem. Just to be clear, I'm not a fan of her. I just like her better than Trump. I wish it was Tim Walz who was our candidate. I just don't want fascism. That's it. Now, for Arizona 6, as I was saying, there's only a 0.1% chance that this district will even vote blue in the election. So I think it's safer to say that Arizona 6 is probably going to lean Republican, whereas Arizona 1 has... It's really locked in there, with the 1% going towards the Republican, but the 1% of this district is probably going to vote for Harris. It depends. If this district does show up, comes out, votes for Harris, votes down the ticket, then Arizona 1 would go to the Democrats. It could go either way, really. So California. So John Duarte is down 0.4 in the polls, but again, this district is very likely to vote blue. Where are you? Lean that blue. We might get to keep the House. I do think we're going to have some trouble with the Senate. I'm not sure that we will. Now, again, 3% is like just the border of the margin of error, but there is a very high chance of this district showing up to vote for Kamala. So we could theoretically get California 2 as well. California 27. You seem to be very involved in politics and numbers. What is your profession? Right now, this. I just want to do this. I just want to talk about politics. Right now, I'm not making any money from anywhere. I have some savings. I'm investing it into being able to do this for the rest of my life. I enjoy politics. I talk about politics internationally as well, not just American politics. I want this to be my profession. Not that it's not about money for me, you know? This is important. And I've liked this stuff since I was like 14. I used to watch the Young Turks, TYT, before they went and, I don't know, lost their shit. I don't know. When they were still on live TV, not even on YouTube yet. You had to go to their own website to watch, or on TV. I like politics. So, he doesn't stand for... The only distinction I care about is if it's possible to pay my bills in 4 years. Yeah, okay. You are very, very, very much on point here, and you came in a bit late, so you missed the part where I was talking about this. Donald Trump will not make you pay less for your bills. Donald Trump's plan, like the actual plan that he put out of tariffs, would cost you about $3,500 extra a year, whereas Kamala Harris does favor, like all of the labor unions are all in favor of her. She's in favor of raising wages. She's in favor of regulating industry for price gouging, which is both yes and no a problem. I think the price gouging was a problem at a point, and now it's kind of too late, and it's the new standard. Again, we don't have deflationary currency, but the Republicans lie all the time. They talk about inflation when inflation is at an all-time low. Where's that graph? I pulled it up before. Not an all-time low, but inflation is lower than it's been in years. Hold on. They talk about immigration. I've shown that too, where... give me a second. Let me pull up these graphs. I shut them because I want you to see these. It's important. So here is inflation charting 12-month growth from 2015 to 2024. So first of all, inflation is pretty low now. And again, let me make this clear. They talk about the economy and that the economy is bad. The economy isn't bad. The stock market is booming. It just, none of that actually matters to people like you and me. The stock market, the economy, all that shit's nothing. It's cost of living and it's wages. It's labor rights. It's like you said, people are suffering. It is about money. I just meant I don't do this to earn money right now. I'm not saying that I based on anything but civil services. I'm not sure what you mean by that. I'm a socialist, just so you know. I'm not in favor of any kind of fascism or authoritarianism. I'm a libertarian socialist, an actual one, not most people that call themselves a libertarian socialist are not. But I like to look at facts. And like you said, people are suffering, you can't pay your bills, and you want that fixed. Now, I want to talk about the fact that one side is basing all of their statements in lies, whereas the other side is offering solutions based on reality. And before we get to what Kamala Harris and Tim Walz want to do to make your life cheaper and your food more affordable, your rent go down, your ability to buy medication, before we even get into that, we need to talk about the fact that one of the biggest talking points that the Republicans have is inflation. We watched a video earlier on stream where there was a guy on Fox News claiming that this was a 40-year high. Now, during COVID, it was. And they blame Biden for this inflation. They blame Biden's student loan debt relief, right? That's one that you hear quite often. Biden's student loan debt relief was put in place on August 24th in 2022. So right about here on the graph, well after inflation had risen and right as it began to decline. Obviously, inflation rose because of COVID and the amount of money that we had to spend during COVID to keep things working, to keep people from, starving to death. There was a lot of measures put in place. We had to spend a lot of money on vaccines, on PPE, and so inflation rose, but inflation has gone down since. Now, has the cost of living gone down? No, because we don't have deflationary currency. The only way to change that is by raising wages instead. And the other reason that the Republicans will often blame for the economy and Americans having trouble with being able to afford things is illegal immigration. And this was from 2022. I got the wrong one up. Where are you? But yeah, like even in 2022, most Americans thought and knew that unauthorized immigrants often don't take the jobs that you want to take. Here we go. What is it? Industry. I have so many open. Okay, forget this, wasting time. Unauthorized immigrants most often come in and they work in food processing, food growing, agriculture, and the service industry. So unless you are not just like a farmer who owns land, but a farmer who farms, or in the service industry, undocumented immigrants aren't taking your job. They also, by the way, contribute to the economy because they pay taxes and they buy things and they don't receive any benefits because they're undocumented. They still have to pay sales tax, even if they're not getting income taxed because they're getting paid cash. All of this benefits the United States. Undocumented immigrants commit less crimes than citizens do, obviously, because they get deported if they commit more crimes. And U.S. citizens are the ones bringing drugs into the country, not illegal immigrants. So that was me going over all of the actual lies that the right will put out there to try and make it seem like Democrats, A, don't care about the American people, and A, are making life worse for the American people, when both of these statements are just untrue. Don't you attribute any status of current living disparities to any decisions of the last 4 years of the admin? So, yes and no. The last 4 years of the admin have actually been incredibly good for labor unions and for the elderly. But for the standard of living, no, they haven't been good because we need a federal raise of the minimum wage. They used to fight for $15 minimum wage. $15 is what $7 was when we were fighting for 15. Federally, the admin should raise the minimum wage. However, they have done good things. They erased millions of dollars of student loan debt, helping a lot of people out. They decreased medication costs for millions of Americans, not just the elderly. They enshrined worker protections for Biden walked on the picket line with UAW. Those were good things. They were not enough of good things. That's my point. None of this is enough. All of these, make this clear again, both Joe Biden and Kamala Harris and almost every Democrat is, to me, a weak liberal. However, in comparison to the 4 years prior to this, your ability to, your cost of living is not any worse than it was under Trump. The only actual decline has come from COVID. Technically, Biden has increased the amount of jobs by millions, so there's millions of more Americans working now, whereas Donald Trump lost jobs under his presidency and has invested in infrastructure projects all over the country. So it's roads, bridges. All of these are jobs that are giving Americans money. They are building factories for advanced microchips so that we don't have to rely on Taiwan, which, by the way, produces 96% of the world's advanced microchips at the moment, which we invented. Joe Biden has invested the government's money into building our own plant. And it is being built right now, and that's going to create also millions of jobs. There's been a lot of focus on manufacturing and a lot of the northern states. It depends on where you live, If you live in Nebraska, no, the last 4 years didn't help you very much, but they also didn't hurt you very much, whereas Trump will hurt you. Jobs that came back because of COVID, no, these were new jobs that were created. Jobs lost during COVID was about 790,000, I believe. Let me just double check. Let's say jobs lost during COVID. Because Joe Biden, I was wrong. It wasn't 720,000, but it was 1.4 million jobs in March of 2022 and a staggering 20 million jobs in April, creating 22 million job deficit since the start of the recession. And this was in, here we go, chart book. Is this for the US? Let me just double check. This is gross domestic product. Hold on. I want jobs. Here we go. Jobs. I mean, you can see the graph. This was jobs that fell during COVID, and we're now well above the line. It was 8 7.6 million jobs, I think Joe Biden created. It was no, actually, I think that was the 7.8 number. I was mixing them up. So 7 million jobs on top of the jobs that were lost during COVID have come, like the jobs that came back, the 22 million jobs we lost, brought them back, and then gained 7 million on top of them. That is good for Americans, you know? And again, Trump's tariff. This is the Tax Foundation. Let's see what the Tax Foundation has to say. $80 billion worth of new taxes on Americans by levying tariffs on thousands of products valued at approximately $380 billion, amounting to one of the largest tax increases in decades. So this was during 2018 and 2019, which, yes, cost us more things. Biden kept most of the Trump tariffs in place, and in May announced tariff hikes on an additional $18 billion of Chinese goods, including semiconductors and electric vehicles. I disagree with all of these policies anyway. These are protectionist policies. We raised those tariffs because Chinese electric vehicles were coming into the U.S. market, and the semiconductors was for advanced microchips because we don't want them to be able to produce them the way that we do. So we estimate that the Biden-Trump tariffs will reduce long-run GDP by 0.2%. The capital stock, blah, blah, I don't care about that. This was last month, good. Now, candidate Trump proposed significant tariff hikes as part of his presidential campaign. We estimate that if imposed, his proposed tariffs would increase taxes by another $524 billion, shrinking GDP by 0.8%. This accounts to between $3,000 and $3,500 per American household is the number that I've seen all over the place. But regardless of what number that may be, it won't reduce. I'm not gonna make a claim on how much it would increase the amount you have to pay in taxes every year, but it wouldn't reduce your taxes because, again, Trump wants to raise taxes on the middle class and cut taxes on the wealthy, whereas Kamala Harris wants to raise taxes on the wealthy and has guaranteed no tax increase to anybody making under $400,000 a year. So if Kamala Harris wins and you make under $400,000 a year, which you likely do, your taxes are not going to go up. And I think that matters for the average American, you know? Creating jobs, reducing the burden of taxes from the middle class and bringing it up to the wealthy, you know? Now, I want to talk about this as well. This is a big deal. Election voter turnout by age in the U.S. Now, obviously we can see that boomers like to vote. They voted likely 71%. This is going back to 2016, obviously. I could not find a more recent chart, but these numbers wouldn't have changed all that much. 18 to 25 probably went up by 7% to maybe 50%. We need young people to get out and vote, because when young people vote, we win. It's pretty what the Electoral College would look like if only young people voted. 18 to 29. Let me see. Not that I think that only 18 to 29 should vote, but can I do this? Can I do this? Oh, screw you, 538. Look, the vast majority of young people lean Democrat. We're going to see this in the polls that I'm pulling up now on my other screen. There we go. Number of voters as a share of the population. Oh, I had that for a reference. Don't actually need that one. So, 2022 voting patterns and party allegiance. The biggest problem is the illusion of choice anyways, the people deciding who's choice on the ticket, even though I could vote for you if you were 35, if I wanted to, it doesn't matter. All money's going to Israel. So, you are partially correct and partially not. Yes, there is an illusion of choice. The people in power decide oftentimes who's on the ticket. However, there is an actual choice of one side has a lot more people in power that are pushing for that side, whereas the other side doesn't as much. That's why a lot of billionaires fund both parties, but a lot more of them funnel money into conservative organizations and the GOP because they know that Republicans will lower their taxes and keep them wealthy. All of the money going to Israel is not necessarily true. We are sending far too much money to Israel, and we are far too we should not be allowing Israel to do it. Like, we need to go old school American, South America, CIA shit. Like, we need to Venezuela their ass, in my personal opinion. Not that I'm calling for any violence. I just think we're America. You don't think we could send in, like, the CIA and just arrest them? By side, do you mean corporations have enough money to buy the House of Representatives vote? Well, oftentimes they do. AIPAC bought a seat for $14.5 million just a couple months ago. It was Jamal Bowman's seat in New York. They spent $14.5 million, and if you looked at the voter turnout numbers for that election and the year before, all it did was reduce the amount of people that voted. It didn't make anyone vote for the other guy. It didn't make anyone vote less for Jamal Bowman. It just made less people show up, and they won that seat. I think money in politics is the greatest issue of our lifetime, and I think it is the most important thing to change. However, the only way to change that is through a constitutional amendment, which is difficult to say the least, or through the Supreme Court, which at the moment is incredibly corrupt and also bought by the billionaires. We know for a fact that at least 2 of the justices have taken gifts that they haven't declared. Justice Thomas is just blatantly corrupt, and everybody knows it. Even, like, no one even denies it anymore. He doesn't have to, because he's the highest court in the land. They have nothing to answer to. Very difficult one. They'll never put on the ticket that they know would propose that amendment. Well, so here's the thing. That amendment's already been proposed, and a few states have actually already ratified it. We need more states to ratify the amendment before an actual convention can be held. Hold on. Citizens. So we don't actually need the president for this in any way, shape, or form. But I mean, this has happened a couple times. It's failed already. Democrats introduced a constitutional amendment to reverse Citizens United campaign finance ruling. This was last year. Oh, cool. Adam Schiff of California. I hope you win your election again. This isn't dead, by the way, just because this happened last year. This is an ongoing. We'll watch the video in a second. This is an ongoing. Case. We need multiple, to get a constitutional amendment. I believe it's 2/3 of the states need to ratify a convention. Then the convention needs to be held, where 75% of the delegates at that convention need to agree on the amendment before it could be, before it can be ratified and then sent to Congress, and then Congress has to vote on it. So it is a tall order to get this done. The easier way is through the Supreme Court, but obviously that's not very easy these days. This isn't new though. 100 groups pushed to overturn it. Wolfpack was one made by TYT. Yeah, there it is. American Promise, Common Cause, End Citizens United, NAACP, Public Citizens, Wolfpack. Wolfpack still fights for Citizens United. Passed resolutions. Wolfpack is working in all 50 states and over 20,000 volunteers. Vermont has passed the resolution. California has passed it. Illinois has passed it. New Jersey and Rhode Island have passed it as well. So this map needs to be 3/4 filled with green before we can have a constitutional convention. Right here. This map. It's hard. The only other way is the Supreme Court, and to do that, we need someone who isn't going to allow them to continue being corrupt like this. I mean, Biden has introduced a bill to add term limits and add some sort of consequences to doing illegal things as a Supreme Court justice, but that needs to get passed by the House and the Senate. It's difficult to reform them in any way. And so to do that, we need Democrats to win. Democrats will be the only ones who actually want to reform the Supreme Court. Republicans don't want to reform the Supreme Court. They're loving this. They overturned Dobbs. They gave Trump immunity. They're well into this Project 2025 idea. I don't know. But yes, I agree. Money and politics. That's what we need to stop before everything else. Now, gender gap. Hold on, that was too early. I'm not there yet. I want group. Why won't they accept it? It seems so hard because they want to write 100 pages with dumb shit between it and don't agree with half of it. Well, yeah, a lot of it is that. A lot of it is them trying to add things to it that people don't agree with on purpose. But the only way to really make actual change, and I've said this before, if you want to change how the government is, enter the government. Run for your local council seat. No matter where you live, I'm sure there is a small local council that's, who's the homeowners association, whatever it is. Enter that way. Start at the bottom and work your way up. Get your friends to get involved. I don't know, maybe you live in a small town and your council is 3 old ladies and a guy in a suit, who's there for like the corporate interests. Get 4 of your friends to run against them, knock on some doors. Who doesn't hate their local council? Anywhere in the world. Like, the people who are in charge of telling you, that's how you disappear. I haven't disappeared, and I'm talking about this out loud all over. You're not gonna disappear for joining your local, like, town council, whose job it is to, like, allocate money for fixing potholes and shit like that, and working your way up the government with your friends. This is how it always works. Republicans are doing it right now. There's a giant push to get young Republicans to enter government. And we need to do that too. Look at Democrats. They're all fucking geriatric. If you are 18 to 29 and if you're watching me right now, it means you like politics. Join politics. Do something. Don't just go to protest. Don't just sit and watch live streams. Don't just yell about shit on Twitter. Go actually try and make some change. You can get into an elected position really, really easily, almost certainly no matter where you live. You're a fascist, though? Wait, genuinely you're a fascist? Then why are you listening to me talk? I'm a socialist. I thought, I don't know, a fascist would not enjoy my content. Well, here we go. You're not going to enjoy this next part then, because I'm going to delve into where this new, okay, well that's good. I want to talk about why men are shifting to the right, very specifically, as my second part of this stream. And by the right, I mean fascism. I'm not saying all men are fascists, but there is even just looking at this graph right here, there is a noticeable trend, and this was between 2018 and 2022, of men who shifted to the right. And we need to talk about that. But first, I need to pee and make myself some tea. I'll be back quite quickly. I won't be gone for very long at all. let's just because fascism is authoritarian does not make it right-wing ideology. So I disagree, because I think the scale of left, that wasn't an insult. The scale of political ideology is the furthest left is communism and the furthest right is fascism. But yes, we are closer than most people know. Like, I do believe in horseshoe theory a lot of the time. I just don't like authoritarian policies on social issues. I would be perfectly fine with an authoritarian government that's specifically and only selectively authoritarian when it comes to businesses, but stays entirely out of the lives of the citizens when it comes to personal and social issues. The only form of authoritarianism that I support in government is regulation on corporations, not allowing people to be billionaires, that kind of authoritarianism, not anything else. I don't care about, them. Yeah, but that's just socialism. That's not authoritarianism. Socialism is state-owned industry. The government should own all of the industry, and the people own the government. That's what I mean. I don't think you're a fascist. I think you're actually a socialist based on what you're saying. If you're agreeing with what I'm saying, right, that's not fascism. Fascism is, that's just socialism and communism, my friend. Fascism is these words have meanings. Like the definition of fascism requires control of social stuff, of the people, not just of industry. Whereas socialism is regulation on industry and not on the people. Yeah, so I think you're actually a socialist, not a fascist. Which is good. I like that. Good. Be a socialist. More socialists are better. Now, my tea is brewed, and I will be getting it, but we're going to start with this graph here. And just... bearing with me. Now, this is a Pew Research poll from 2022. What don't you believe again, Requiem? Oh, this graph, maybe? I'm not sure what you're referring to there. Okay. Gender gap in vote preferences persists in 2022, but larger shares of men and women voted for GOP candidates compared to 2018. Now, we can see in 2018, the total of the ratio of men and women who voted in either category. 50% of men voted Dem, 48% voted Republican, 58% of women voted Dem, 40% voted Republican. Now, if we move that to 2020, the rate of men who voted Republican went up by 2%, and the rate of women who voted Republican went up by 4%. You understand I still want to deport and identify people by race and specificities in principle. Yeah, that I completely disagree with you on. I believe in open borders. I don't believe deporting anybody is useful or helpful. I actually think deporting the undocumented immigrants in the United States would be ruinous for our economy. It would genuinely be actually ruinous for our economy. Let's consider this for a second. Because this is actually, you've brought up something that I want to talk about more than this. You're going to get stunlocked a lot today, I think. So, there are about between 13 and 20 million undocumented immigrants in the United States. Now, Donald Trump and the Republicans are calling for, quote, the largest deportation operation in history. They want to deport all of them. Now, you say it's necessary to have a country with only people that can statistically contribute and go. No, see, that's not left-wing, and I don't agree with that. I think that if there are people in a society that cannot contribute financially, then the government should be taking care of them, and they can contribute in any way that they can, or they don't contribute at all. I'm fine with that. We don't need to be machines. Your job as a human being is not to produce profit. It's not to produce commodities. It's not to it contributes to its society, but these people contribute to society in other ways. There is social supports of these people. Like you're thinking of this too broadly. It's the funds and the money and taking care of these people. It's not as expensive. It's not the way that we have to remember that we're talking about this from the lens of our current economic worldview. But under a socialist system, every American that's a billionaire would have their money redistributed to everyone else. That's, I think, all in all, is several $1 trillion that would be redistributed. So I think everybody deserves inherently, just by existing, comfort, life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. I'll add comfort and safety to that too. I think you deserve those inherently just by existing. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Comfort, safety. I know, we disagree, that's fine. But that is my belief system. But beyond that, let's get back to the economic thing. Trump wants to deport every undocumented immigrant in the United States. Now, they are spread out all across the United States. Doing so, no, you're not taking my time. Don't be sorry. This is fine. I like you chatting. Keep going. I can talk about whatever I want. This is my stream. I can talk about what I want to. If I didn't want to listen, I wouldn't engage. But deporting 20 million, let's bring it up 13, right? 13 million immigrants. I don't know how many there are. It's somewhere between that number. It would require Nazi Germany-esque systems, because think about it. These people are from countries all over the world. We looked at a graph earlier of undocumented immigrants in the United States and where they come from, and it's Mexico, South America, Central America, Asia, Europe, South Africa, not South Africa, Sub-Saharan Africa. There's people coming from everywhere. So all of these people need to be detained under this and sort out where they're going, where they need to go, which would be a detention center. It would be an immigrant detention center, which we did this before under the Trump administration. Remember the kids in the camps and all of that? Not the camps, the kids in the cages and all of that. Where J.D. Vance was asked recently if this immigration, like the deport the migrants issue would separate families like it did last time, and he could not answer, even though she asked him 3 separate times. He just wouldn't answer. So yes, it will separate families. But beyond that, like, this is trains and camps, my friend, to get rid of all of these people. And if you get rid of all of these people, suddenly you've removed 10+ million people from the workforce who are Vance is a freak, hot dog style. Just absolutely. But like, think about removing 10 million people that are currently working from the workforce. By the way, these people working almost exclusively in agriculture and food production. So we've deported all these people, and suddenly we have a bunch of vacancies on farms for jobs, which is going to increase the price of food because there's not enough people on the farm to pick the food, to grow the food, to produce to process it. This doesn't just stop at food either, because there's the service industry, there's the manufacturing industry. Most undocumented immigrants do jobs that Americans don't want to do, according to the saw earlier. Getting rid of all of these people gets rid of the tax revenue that the government gets from them spending money that they earn, because obviously these people need to live, they need to buy food, they need to buy furniture, they pay rent, they pay sales tax, and this goes to the government. They receive no benefits. They don't get Medicaid. They can't even really call the police. They're not using American government funds. They're not getting welfare. They're getting no benefit from it. And so us kicking them out leaves us with a big gap in our workforce that we now have to fill in a very short span of time. It cuts tax revenue that the government gets. It will increase prices across the board because many industries are intertwined. So if prices go up in one industry, then it'll have a domino effect and go up in other industries. Let's say food prices go up. If food prices go up, then, that leads to prices of medicine going up because food relates to something. I lost my train of thought there, but you know what I mean. Like economically, if the prices of one industry just suddenly go up, that's going to affect every other interconnected industry, and our economy is all interconnected. Every industry connects to another industry in some way, shape, or form. So if we deport all of these immigrants, suddenly we don't have people working in all of these different industries. Prices go up for everything, and we have gone even further and done horrible shit like trains and camps is the only way to get rid of these people. We're going to be separating families. We're going to be separating children. And what benefit do we get from this? I mean, Requiem, you said that you want to deport these people because they don't contribute to society. Not all of them, but like you said, identify the people that I don't want to misquote you. You said it's necessary to have a government with only people that statistically contribute, and the government can have full control of everyone's funds. And I agree with the second part. The government has full control of not everyone's funds, but how money works. This would not lead to that type of an outcome. In fact, undocumented immigrants contribute a lot. They're some of the hardest working workers in the country. If we're looking at unemployed Americans by ethnicity, not that I think it matters, just because. Adult men, 20 years older, the largest race and ethnicity groups. Blacks were most likely to be jobless with an unemployment rate of 5.8%, while whites at 3%, Asians at 2.7%. So and this is from 2022 and a .gov website. So the undocumented immigrants aren't even on the list. They're not even on the list in the top 3 of unemployed people. It's this wouldn't be useful in any way. The deportation policy of, hey man, I'm a patriot, I love the USA, believe our problem is BlackRock CEO Larry Fink and the military-industrial complex, billionaires like Bill Gates, P. Diddy, CNN News. I agree with a lot of what you said, and I disagree with a lot of what you said. You are very close to the point. It's all corporations. There are no good billionaires. None of them. None of them give a shit about you. Bill Gates hates you. Elon Musk hates you. Jeff Bezos hates you. They all hate you, and they want to suck as much money and happiness out of your life personally as possible. They're like vampires. The more you suffer, the happier they are. They want all of the wealth. Yeah, it is a lot to unpack, but I do want to refer to a lot of what you're saying here is stuff that I'm going to go over. Like, this is a stun lock right now because we've gotten into this this discussion that wasn't related to the actual topic, but I'm enjoying this. It's everybody, and they're trying to lead people. No, don't be sorry. No apologies, none. You guys are free to chat. If this is good, and you're right in a lot of ways. Where you're missing is that the words that you said indicate that you've been pointed at a certain direction and away from another one. Where you say the CNN News Network, the Clintons family, and the corrupt politician and Democrats. CNN is terrible, the Clintons are awful, and Democrats are also corrupt. However, this is biased language. You understand what you mean? What I mean when I say that? It's not just the Democrats, it's the Democrats and the Republicans. Trump is just as bad as the Clintons. There's lots of pictures of them together. They were both on Epstein's Island. Our government is entirely corrupt. And I was saying to Requiem before, the most important issue of our current lifetime, our generation, is money and politics. We need to undo Citizens United. And there are 2 ways of doing that. One is a constitutional amendment, which is really hard because you need to get 3/4 of the states to agree on, like, you need half the states to agree to meet to have a convention. You need to have 3/4 of the states to agree on the actual constitutional amendment, and then that needs to get ratified, sent to Congress, and then Congress needs to ratify it before we can have that amendment. The other alternative is through the Supreme Court, which currently is not going to work because the Supreme Court is also corrupt. There's lots of reports of justices taking gifts, getting vacations, and all of this, not recusing themselves from cases where their friends or like people who have given them gifts are in front of the court. The only two ways to fix this are that way. And yes, both parties are incredibly corrupt. I don't like Kamala Harris. I don't like Donald Trump either. I'm still going to vote for Kamala Harris because that leads to the highest chance of me being able to continue to push for positive change. The only way that this is going to happen is if people like you, Requiem, people like you, Lil Ripper, people like me, try and enter politics from the bottom up. Change never happens from the top down. Ever. Not any, like, positive change, rather. Negative change always happens from the top down. 90% of the time. Positive change, very, 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 very rarely comes from the top down. You need to fight for it. You need to work for it. And this is why, like I said, a lot of young Republicans are entering government because they're pushing for it. They know that young people are the key. And Democrats currently hold the vast majority of young 18 to 29 voters. We could do so much change if Gen Z and young millennials would just work together. They feed off the working class Americans and feed off of Ukraine and Russia, yes, they feed off the working class Americans. I do support spending money on Ukraine. They didn't let Putin invade Ukraine. They just, what were we going to do? They were putting their troops in position. We knew, we warned everyone of hey, they're going to invade. We can see them. Here's pictures of satellites. We have sent Ukraine, by the way, $0 in money. We don't send Ukraine any money. We only send them old U.S. military equipment, likely most of the time stuff that's so old that we're going to decommission it. It's stuff that we're going to throw in the garbage if we don't send it to Ukraine. We don't send them money. We don't send them our good weapons. We send them our old shit. And then we spend money to replace it. They do. It's not that they pay us. And we're not getting paid. Remember, no, we should not be the world's police, but Ukraine is a little different. Let me answer Lil Ripper, and then I want to get to the world police comment because that's really important. It's not that they pay us. We're not making anything from it. They're paying Lockheed Martin, Raytheon, Boeing. It's corporations are making profit off of it. The U.S. government, sure, yes, we get some tax out of it. The military-industrial complex is evil, but it is just as evil as any other corporation. All they exist for is profit. Now, we shouldn't be the world's police, 100% agree. However, we also shouldn't let Russia just do whatever they want with impunity. We shouldn't have, I support not letting them annex Ukraine. I do. They've been Russia is not our friend. Russia has been trying to influence our elections for years. We have evidence for that. Remember in 2016 where everyone thought Trump and Putin had a personal deal and it turned out they didn't. And then everyone forgot about all the Russia stuff, even though it was still proven that Russia did try and influence that election and are doing so now. I covered it on my last stream where there's reports of Russians backing down ballot candidates that are anti-Ukraine. Russia is responsible for the right-wing ideology, the white nationalist, the Nazi, the Christian nationalist, all of these different ideologies. They're funding and spreading them online. Russia is responsible for a large chunk of that. Their bot networks are constantly pushing misogyny, racism, transphobia, homophobia. They are not our friend. They have been fucking with us for a long, long time. And so, yes, I don't think we should let them do let them take Ukraine. But no, I don't think we should be the world's police either. There's certain instances where something is just so unconscionable that you have to interfere. I also think we should interfere in Israel. Look, in general, yes. Like the Middle East, I disagree with the Iraq War, obviously, because that was based on a lie. I still don't even think we should have gone into Afghanistan after 9/11, although that was never a possibility. Of course, we were going to go into Afghanistan after 9/11. But yes. But for Israel and Ukraine, first off, I don't think we should be supporting Israel. Again, we've had new viewers come in, so let me reiterate this. My personal belief is that we need an old school CIA coup. The lights go out in Israel, wake up in the morning, all of the Israeli leadership is, I don't know, like handcuffed behind their back, waiting for the ICJ, and we have new leaders that we put in there. If we majorly closed off our economy and connections, stepped out of NATO and focused only on ourselves and our country, if we're trying to be Superman, we could hypothetically... So, yes and no, Requiem. I don't think that that's a good idea. Mostly because, A, our economy is interconnected with everything. If we close off our economy, everyone in the world suffers. B, I dislike NATO the way it was formed. I've talked about this before. I think NATO was just drawing a line down the middle of the world and saying, here's the blue side, here's the red side, fuck you guys on the red side. And I hate that. I think it could have been done so much better. I think NATO should have been NATO and the UN should have been the same thing and done better. The way that we engage with the world needs to change. I don't believe in isolationism. I think we should be encouraging good behavior on the part of other states. I think we should be helping countries that behave the way that we do, like behave the way that we want them to, and not being militaristic against other countries, but showing them that, like, hey, you know, like, life's better when you're doing it this way. I don't know enough about that. I just closed... No, don't drill oil in Alaska. I'm not a... You guys... No. You guys don't understand. Like, this is not how we fix the world. Drilling oil in Alaska is not going to make fucking anything better. We don't even get most of our oil from the Middle East, Lil Ripper. America has been producing our own oil for a long time. The gas prices that you have are not the gas prices the rest of the world have. They go up because gas prices worldwide go up, but it's not because we're in America not getting enough gas from oil from Saudi Arabia. We have our own. We don't need their oil. We sell our oil to other countries, in fact. We have a ton of it. We need to do more investment into clean energy, which, again, is jobs, because it takes manufacturing to build lots of solar panels, batteries, wind farms. It also takes people to maintain these things. We have reserves, but we add to those reserves as well, all the time. We're not using our reserves for our gasoline unless there's like a problem. And we did a little while ago, we took some barrels out of the reserves and put it into the market. It's not a Keystone Pipeline decision or anything, but none of these things are useful. In the long run, renewable energy is the way to go. It's the cheapest option. It's the option that will create not only just jobs to create, but like maintenance jobs as well. Because once these are built, it's not just that we don't just leave them there. And it's not going to increase the damage that we're already going to receive from climate change. I don't know if you've noticed, but California, Nevada, Arizona, they're not doing great. It's kind of a desert over there. I don't know if you noticed on the Northeast where the weather has gotten much more Florida-like, up by Virginia, New Jersey, New York, even. And Florida is just getting, I don't know, fucked constantly by storms. They've been forever, but you know, it's getting worse. Oil is not going to make things better. But I want to get back to the topic at hand, because this is going to tie into a lot of things that we've been talking about. So, U.S. election, vote by preference. So again, like we said, more, so between 2020 and 2022, 10% drop in men who vote Democrat. 8% drop in men who, let me take it back down. 8% increase in men who vote Republican in the last election, in the midterm election. Now, we can see that the only metric of ethnicity that really engages with that is white people. So, white men have been, since 2018, more and more moving to Republicans, to the right. You can see that the higher education level you have, the more likely you are to vote Democrat, which is true. Higher education leads to uneducated Democrats exist, just like uneducated anyone exists, but educated Republicans, like college-educated Republicans, postgraduates, you can see the numbers are quite a decent bit lower than Democrats, and that's because a lot of the time, learning history, learning economics, it kind of brings you to the left. If you're still on the right, you either didn't listen or you're incredibly wealthy. The Republican Party has never been the party of, well, I don't want to say never, but like in my lifetime, the Republican Party has never been anything but the party for rich people. The party that hates, that just hates all the time, shouts about social issues and culture wars, but don't actually do anything for the people aside from cut taxes for the wealthy. Biggest white cohort for reps is non-college educated. Yes, so that is true. But in general, men have been shifting to the right. Young voters are overwhelmingly Democrat, but even some of them have been shifting to the right as well, especially men. And we'll get into this now. So partisanship by gender, sexuality, and material, or marital and parental status is from this year. So partisanship varies, not this graph, I want the actual ones. Here we go. Men continue to be more likely than women to align with the Republican Party. It's been pretty consistent. Men are more likely to shift right is not a surprise. No, it's not a surprise. It's just, this is context for the reason. And women don't tend to shift right. Yeah. Sometimes they do. But it does not happen as often. A lot of men are voting Trump because, no, he didn't take a bullet from the deep state. The guy who shot Trump was looking to shoot any of them. The FBI found his phone records and he was looking up rallies for Trump, Biden, and RFK. He just wanted to shoot a presidential candidate. Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to hit that button. I hit the wrong button. Oops. But so it wasn't the deep state at all, in any way, shape, or form. The FBI is so what is a reputable source to you then? Because I'm sorry, but I trust numbers that I can see, and it's not that the FBI, it is a reputable source. It genuinely is. Because it's hard, they're not faking pictures, and chats, like internet search history. Yeah, no. Listen, you cannot trust, beyond this, hold on. I advocate for you to never trust anyone giving you information. Don't trust me. Don't trust any source. But that doesn't mean don't believe it. That means critically analyze the information you are being given and ask yourself some questions. Does this make sense? Is this rational? Does this line up with the series of events? Is it beneficial to someone else for me to believe this? Is it beneficial to me to believe this? Does it harm? Ask yourself these questions before you believe anybody. You should never believe any source. Everyone on the internet is lying. You can say fucking anything you want now and people will believe you. They're lying on TV all the time. But yes, it's an official state agency and they get the most scrutiny. And yes, you should scrutinize them. But that doesn't mean that anything that comes out of them, you can instantly go, no, that's a non-reputable source. So the Secret Service, you are correct. The Secret Service person stepped down, the head of it. And you were talking about court cases about the FBI director? Which one? Which FBI CIA director court cases are you talking about? Yeah, yeah, sorry, hold on, I'm going to turn that off. I don't really know how to use CloudBot yet, and I've had it on because I kept getting ads of like, hey, buy some followers. Yeah, it's a bot, it's not me. No. Hold on. But you know what I mean? They're lying to you. There's no corruption like trying to deep state, trying to fuck over Trump. That's just not happening. But let me show you why you believe that, though. I was actually going to talk about the actual human mod reporting for duty. Hello, welcome back, Mary. A big part of why a lot of these men are shifting to the right, and a lot of it goes into why people don't believe anything anymore, reputable sources or not. I've had people argue with me that any scholarly article was just not worth reading. Anything like a college study on a topic, they just throw them out. It's anti-intellectualism because the educated people are on the left. They vote for Democrats. And on the right, there's this issue of, obviously, they're not all created equal. But it's like, it's not even a real reason to dismiss it. It's just, that's not anything worth reading. They're all liars. That's the kind of shit that I get. And the reason for this goes back to why? Why? Because if you believe anything that's being said to you, then it's easier to be controlled. And so the more that you attack intellectualism, data, like anti-vax people, they're everywhere. Marjorie Taylor Greene talking about Fauci like a month ago had pictures of two dogs that are doing like a makeup study, and they're just like, it's everybody is inundated constantly with misinformation and just outright disinformation and lies, and that makes it difficult to know what to believe. You have to just think for yourself. Don't trust. But yes, I'll trust the FBI faster than a privately funded think tank. Absolutely, 100%. But again, that doesn't mean you just believe what you read. Analyze it. Think about it. Ask some questions about it. Now, I think a lot of this comes from stuff like Manosphere content. So this is a tweet from Hassan. Every young male interest online, from gaming, fitness to culture and self-help, is dominated by right-wing, red-pilled Manosphere commentary. They prey on the anxieties and the insecurities of young men. I think that this is entirely correct. Now, beyond that, and like this chart is also very true. Yeah, Hassan, empty chair, Avi. Funny enough, I was about to go get a drink of water and I would have had to leave my chair empty. But I'm going to finish my sentence first. Beyond what Hassan's saying here about just like young men being preyed upon for their anxieties and their insecurities and vulnerabilities, it's not just young men. It's everybody is being preyed upon for that, but men are being preyed upon by these red-pilled Manosphere people way more. And that pushes this anti-intellectual belief even further. You know what, Ill Ripper, I did hear about the FBI not showing evidence about something. I don't know enough about that. Could you link me an article to read? Reuters or AP preferred, please. But I'll take what you can get. I'll put it up on stream and I want to read it. But men specifically get a lot of content from people like Andrew Tate. You know, and just if you just search Manosphere on Twitter, let's just search Manosphere and go to latest, the kind of shit that you see. No man aspires to be a dork in the basement. Well, this is anti-Manosphere people. I want real Manosphere people. I mean, like this is what, goals, I guess, for them? Men get their sources from social media sites which are hardly reliable, sadly, and conspiratorially. Absolutely. Twitter is a big one. Elon Musk pushes QAnon Nazi conspiracy theories, not QAnon, comma, Nazi conspiracy theories, not that I'm conflating them, although a lot of the times they are conflated. I mean, Twitter is a cesspool now, but 4chan, Reddit, Twitter, these are the people that are convincing men that it's shameful. Like, at the DNC, Tim Walz' son, like, teared up and cried a little bit when his dad was on stage, and he had a photo taken of him saying, "Oh, that's my dad." This boy has his father is on stage at the DNC in front of millions of people and is the vice presidential candidate, and this boy starts crying, obviously, because he's proud of his dad. And, what was the fucking ghoul that, Ann Coulter made a post about, like, how this is, weak. The whole, like, beta male, alpha male bullshit. All of these ideologies mixed together, and and Trump takes advantage of them too. It doesn't mean that. You don't have to be a sociopath, but they want you to be. They push for this. People like Andrew Tate are the people pushing for you to not have feelings. And they use EvoPsych as their, like, we're not going to read this whole thing, but I'll link this in the description. This is an incredibly good article, but it's the use and misuse of evolutionary psychology in online manosphere communities, the case of female mating strategies. Sarcasm is hard to read over chat. But it's worse. Their idea of manhood is not that of a 10-year-old. Their idea of manhood isn't real. It's just not a thing. It doesn't exist like that way. They want no feelings at all. Hard man, old school, like cowboy-esque, but not link me, Ill Ripper. But you can't do that and then still be, I don't know, nice to your wife and kids. They just want manhood to mean power over women. Yes, they speak about women as if we're animals. They speak about women as if we're objects often as well. Let me get to... There's a bit in here that I want to read. Well, yeah, no, actually, that's exactly what I'm going to refer to as Darwinianism being misused in EvoPsych. I'm looking for the exact passage that I wanted to read out of this. There you go. So, evolutionary psych is ubiquitous in the manosphere. This has been mentioned by social scientists, but has not been the subject of much analysis. So, the first article of its kind was reviewing pickup artist seduction guides and concluding that many of these claims are in fact grounded in solid empirical findings from social, psychological, and evolutionary psychology. A recent study also briefly commented on misuses of evolutionary psychology by incels, which is, you know, this was how this grew. This whole community of the manosphere grew from incel. And yes, also anti-vaxxers. Thanks, I'll watch that in a moment. Let's finish this first, though. Whoops, not supposed to open there. This tab. Furthermore, an overview of manosphere research included EP as EP is evolutionary psychology. It's a dominant theme in the discourse. A large portion of red pill discussion revolves around EvoPsych. Understanding the facets of their psychology are key to developing a good sexual strategy, they say. Now, where is it? No manosphere community shares and discusses more EP research and concepts than the incel community, in particular those who adhere to a set of beliefs called the black pill, which are just fucking losers. By choice, by the way. Losers by choice. They are entirely by choice. Being black pill is just giving up on life. And it's honestly really sad. The Radicalization Awareness Network on Incel Wiki, blah, blah, blah. The scientific black pill is about understanding the nature of human and social psychology, sexual behavior with a particular focus on evopsych. Where was this bit that I was looking for? Yeah, here we go. Them calling feminism a sexual strategy. Actually, it's funny that they use the Matrix all the time, even though it's written by 2 trans women. Right. So, in the example above, women seem to... We're not going to read that example. The level of precaution is quite rare, and it's unclear how widespread it is among ordinary members of the Manosphere community. Currently, the leading hypothesis for why women have affairs posits that women have adaptations for securing investment. This is stupid. People do not consciously act in their genes' best interest, yet the use of the term strategy in evolutionary literature misleadingly reinforces that impression. This is the passage I really wanted to read to you guys. Indeed, it can refer to 2 different levels of strategies. On one hand, the strategies employed by individuals to achieve some proximate goal. You want to do something, and that's your strategy on how to do it. And on the other hand is the evolutionary strategies competing against others in the ultimate arena of natural and sexual selection. This conflation might not be problematic in most species, but when there's a conscious level of strategizing going on, human species with higher cognitive faculties, this creates confusion. Thus, in the Red Pill community's founding manifesto, feminism is described as a way for women to enable their own sexual strategies. Everything can be looked at through multiple lenses. It doesn't mean anything, They say that it puts women into the best position they can find to select mates, to determine when they want to switch mates, to locate the best DNA possible, and to garner the most resources they can individually achieve. Yes, they do treat it as gospel because it's a cult. That's the thing with being a right-winger, being an incel, red pill, MAGA, any of these people. It's a lack of emotional regulation, and it's a lack of an ability to feel uncomfortable. And so when they can't feel uncomfortable, they need to react in a way that gets that discomfort out. No, you're not coming off as rude. I've had ruder people, I've had significantly ruder people than you. You guys are actually incredibly polite today. Usually I get a bit more, I don't want to say annoyance in chat, but less good faith engagement in chat than I usually do. You are the neighborly sheep poster, and I'm a fan. But so, getting back to this inspired the evolutionary psychology terminology and concepts sexual strategy and switch mates, best DNA, and confuses politics with fitness, proximate politics with ultimate fitness, through the use of the ambiguous term strategy. In order to mirror feminism's supposed sexual agenda, the Red Pill community purports to provide a, quote, sexual strategy in a culture increasingly lacking a positive identity for men. Now, again, this is incredibly appealing to young men, though. It is misleading jargon. It doesn't mean anything, but it draws in young boys and young men especially, but a lot of young boys, teenagers, they see this and they think, women get all of this privilege that men don't get. In reality, both of us are getting fucked over by society constantly. Men have a really difficult and shitty position in society. Women also have a really difficult and shitty position in society. The issue here is women have always had a difficult and shitty position in society, whereas men have not. And over time, as and late stage capitalism takes its effect, men and women have become pretty much equal in our place in society, because it's not about gender, it's about class. We are all the middle class. We are all getting stepped on by the wealthy. It's just this manosphere, evo-psych, Jordan Peterson bullshit is just a way of not letting the men and women understand that we are on the same page. We are the working class. it's to stop organizing labor, because that's how we take power away from them, you know? If we're busy arguing because men are incels and women are mad about the incredible amount of misogyny that these incels and the red pill people are in the manosphere are shouting, then we're not going to work together to my room is clean too, and Peterson can't control you anyway. Remember, he got a bunch of brain damage when he declined to pull himself up by the bootstraps and went to Russia to get put in a coma to get off of benzos instead. Again, losers that don't believe their own ideology, because they don't believe anything. It's these grifters making money off of it, and in extension of making money off of it, separating the class between gender, just making a divide so that we are not as consolidated, as communicative with each other, and to work together to actually make change. So hence its reliance on EP, because, quote, understanding the facets of psychology are the key to developing a good sexual strategy, according to the Red Pill's Reddit. Certainly, Darwinian theory pits antagonistic evolutionary interests against each other with sibling rivalry and parent-offspring conflict, for example. And the evolution of sex has also been shaped by the diverging interest of males and females. Yet these are conflicts between ultimate fitness interests, strategies as conceived in game theory, not between conscious strategies in the manosphere. This fact is often lost. They're through the use of EP terminology, an antagonistic Darwinian framework is mapped onto contemporary gender politics, depicting feminism and anti-feminism as male and female reproductive strategies pitted against each other. This is not true. This is absolute fucking bullshit. But people believe this. Ill Ripper, no, come on, hold on. Yeah, okay, so A, there's that question, but B, what's the issue with them taking pictures? What did you say? Okay, I'm turning that off. Hold on. I thought I turned that off. What did you say that was a slur? Jesus. Yeah, no, it is a stupid anecdote. It means nothing. Ill Ripper, they were taking pictures of you. No, yeah, you're right. First of all, you're assuming that they're illegal, and B, they weren't doing anything wrong. Give me a second. I just gotta go drink some water. I'm super thirsty. So how do you know they're illegal then? Oh, okay, that's fine. Someone assumed. The point here is they weren't actually doing anything wrong. They were taking pictures, probably not of you, just probably of the area. You just happen to be in them. And they left at the same. No one's illegal immigrants are not following you around trying to rob your house. Yeah, exactly. That was a bit. I think your neighborly sheep poster is on point here. Be right back. What's going on here? We were the only family rolling up with a grill master and gold chains. Yeah, maybe they were just stunned at how American you are. They were just like, oh my god, like, look, a real American. I want to be like that someday. Maybe that's what it was. Maybe they took pictures because they were like, oh, I really like that grill. I want to, yeah, no, exactly. This does sound silly the more you say it. Maybe they just wanted your grill. Maybe they wanted to buy one. Who knows? Look, finishing this off, our analysis, and yes, Mary is absolutely right. Our analysis reveals the prevalence of evopsych hypotheses on female mating in the manosphere, often drawn from reputable scientific sources. However, their Manosphere renditions mostly obscure the fact that female mating strategies are hypothetical, unconscious, and supposed to have evolved aggregately over time. Interestingly, hypotheses on the evolution of male sexuality are not discussed much in the Manosphere, as if only women were strategizing fitness-maxing animals. Moreover, hypotheses on female sexuality are received in an emotional, moralistic, and conservative framework, causing biased interpretations of scientific literature, which is true. Statistically, immigrants, legal American citizens commit significantly more crime than undocumented immigrants, because undocumented immigrants get deported if they commit a crime and they get caught. I've been doing immigration tangents this whole stream. It's really pissing me off because we don't need to be having this argument. The only reason that we're even having this immigration argument is because Democrats conceded the point and allowed Republicans to create this narrative of like an immigrant crime wave and that the border is being flooded by immigrants when immigration is down compared to 2011. It's just fucked up. It's overblown with no nuance and is not real. Immigrants pay taxes, they commit less crime, they're not the ones bringing in the drugs, it's US citizens that smuggle 97% of drugs in through the Mexican border. They pay taxes, immigration is good. It's very good. In fact, immigration is the only reason that our population hasn't been declining, considering the fact that we also have like a below replacement rate birth rate, like most countries in the world do, which is fine if you are fine with immigration. I'm perfect. I'm open borders girly. I let them all come in. Let's make the whole world America. I don't care. By choice, not by force. Let me take that back a second. Let's make the whole world want to be part of America. By showing them that we can raise the standard of living for everybody to be happy. Life, liberty, the pursuit of happiness, safety, comfort. I believe that every single one of these is an inherent right to every living human being. And we need to provide that. And I've talked about how many a times. So, what is this? I don't care about this, I'm sorry. Did you know that we are a republic, but that doesn't mean that we don't have democracy? This republic thing is just a really easy talking point to just work, like it means nothing. Look, the open border thing is like a discussion that needs to be had because you can't just do open border like that with nothing else. There's other things that need to be done before you can get to that open border like policy. But generally, like that would be my preferred way of going about it. But like, yes, I don't give a shit if it's a republic or a democracy. I want socialism. Exactly. I want to tax the wealthy a lot. And I want everybody to be able to live comfortably, easily, without... I don't want any single person in America to be... Well, the fentanyl crisis at the border is American citizens smuggling fentanyl from the border, ill rip. It's not illegal immigrants. And we have. In fact, look at this. Oops. I can't type with the mic in front of me. But drug seizure statistics by the U.S. Customs and Border Protection. Last modified today. If you can see, going from just October of this year, October of 2023, it's going down. It is a huge problem. I agree. I know I have many people that I went to school with, that I grew up around, that died from fentanyl. I know so many. I'm sure a lot of you do too. I'm sure each one of you could probably name one person that you know that died from fentanyl or heroin or opiates, and that is a huge fucking problem. We're doing our best to fix that, but smuggling drugs into the country is not gonna stop. The way that you fix issues like this is by what people don't actually want to do. Look, I'm not gonna go into drugs right now because I've made a whole video on how to treat drug addiction and how we're treating it wrong. But just to go over it broadly, we treat drug users like they're criminals. We treat drug addiction as if it's a crime issue. It's a healthcare issue. It's just an incredibly expensive healthcare issue. The data shows that the most effective way to treat drug addiction is by slowly encouraging people through opening safe use facilities where people can come and do their drugs, and there's nurses and doctors present in case someone overdoses, make sure they're safe. We would supply them with clean needles and like supplies that they need to like do whatever they're doing their drugs with. They would bring their own drugs, obviously. I also do believe in legalizing most drugs, as legalizing drugs and having safe use centers would drop the use rate of dangerous drugs and the deaths by a lot. Also, just the use centers would drop deaths by a significant margin. But these places also need to be comfortable. People need to want to spend time here. They need to want to hang out because you're going to have social workers there who maybe can help them with other issues like housing. You'll have a concierge at the door who like very gently like gives out a pamphlet, be like, hey, you guys want to go to rehab? But you don't pester them, because if you pester them, then it doesn't work. They need to make the choice to stop being like, to want to stop doing drugs and to want to go to rehab, or it doesn't work. That's the only way it ever will work. And so having a space like that, nice little TV, maybe like put an Xbox in there, it has to be and people are against this because the idea of like spending federal funds to give drug addicts a fun space to hang out and do drugs, it goes against a lot of people and what they believe morally to be correct. But actually, this is what would reduce the amount of people doing drugs significantly. Those people will eventually, talking to the nurses are going to be making jokes, be like, hey, when are you going to stop, and some of these people once in a while will go over there and will stop, and it will make a difference. But also we need to fund detoxes and we need to fund rehab centers because they're incredibly unaffordable. Drug rehab in the United States at this point in time costs about $1,000 a day. No, I'm not watching this. I don't care about him investigating Catholics. I don't care. This is not relevant to me, and it doesn't mean that the FBI can't be trusted. Drug addicts are humans too. Yes, absolutely. And we need to stop treating them like they're criminals. They have an illness, and we need to fund them. They do. That's the thing. You need to be able to go to, even if we did the free use centers. That's what the video was. It was the FBI director and how he investigated Catholic churches, and I said I don't care about that. We need the free use centers, which cost money, but then we need to, beyond that, go into the healthcare system, because rehab, like I said, is $1,000 a day in most places in America. It could be even higher now, just because like the last couple of years everything's gone up, and I haven't looked up that stat for a little while. It could be $1,200, $1,400. We need that to be free. Because drug addicts are broke, because they're drug addicts, because they, are addicted to drugs. They spend all their money on it. We need to regulate how the police deal with drug users on the street. Another benefit of the free use, not the free use, that's a whole different thing. The drug use centers is that when they're doing drugs there, they are being watched. They have people around them. If someone, smokes some meth and then loses their shit because there's bees in their skin and wants to start fighting everybody, they're inside a building with a lot of people who know what happened, who know what they're on, with doctors and nurses who can help. Whereas on the other end, they might be wandering the street. And not to say that they won't still do that, which is why we need to talk to the police and have them, engage with these people differently. But yes, drug addiction needs to be solved through healthcare, not crime. Going back to this though, but yes, drug seizures are up. Sorry, drug seizures weight by month. Drug seizures are down rather by weight. However, what's FYTD? I don't know. Look, we do see we seize the drugs, but it's the Americans that are bringing the drugs in. It's not the immigrants, and that's the point. That was the overall one that I wanted to make at the time. Now, give me a second. Let me pull up the next source. Okay, now there's a video from a YouTuber that's quite good that I want to take a look at on stream together. Why are you so small? There you go. It's a little bit of an older video of hers, talking about the Manosphere to the alt-right pipeline, and not only do I think it's incredibly relevant, but I think it's correct in a lot of ways. So, and I do have some stuff to add to what she's going to say, so let's take a look.
Nobody respects women more than I do. Now, I have great respect for women. My daughter Ivanka always says, Daddy, nobody respects women more than you, Daddy.
There was this about Jessica Leeds, who accused him of sexual assault.
Yeah, I'm gonna go after. Believe me, she would not be my first choice, that I can tell you.
The fact is, when you give women rights, they destroy absolutely everything around them, no matter what other variable is involved. Even if you become the ultimate alpha male, some stupid bitch will still ruin your life. The vagina is the...
And this is the kind of, I don't even, this is the kind of shit that people are seeing online. Some of you are guys, I'm sure, when you're on social media, when you're scrolling through Instagram, when you're scrolling through Twitter, do you not see these kinds of things? Like this kind of rhetoric? Of course you do. It's everywhere. Like Hassan said, it's in everything. It's in gaming. I'm a gamer girl. I like to play video. I have my Xbox, I have my PC. I like to play games all the time. And sometimes I play games where I have to look up a guide because, I don't know, I don't like figuring things out on my own sometimes in a game, depending on what game it is. I look up YouTubers for info updates on games that I like to play, and I have to see this shit when I look at it. It's in fucking everything. For fitness content, it's all over the place. Most male-centered fitness content, by the way, is just misogynistic eating disorders. It's just combining the two together. Yeah, if you read the comments on anything, you'll find content like this. This is absolutely true.
Representation of the nature of females. An empty vessel, a hole, a void with no identity of its own.
The funniest is that I'll go backstage before a show, and everyone's getting dressed and ready and everything else, and no men are anywhere. And I'm allowed to go in because I'm the owner of the pageant, and therefore I'm inspecting it. I'm inspecting. I want to make sure that everything is good.
Remember that this guy was friends with Epstein and has lots of pictures with him and Epstein together, and also has several flight logs with him, and also has been found guilty of sexually abusing a woman to the point of injury. And also in 2012 was part of a case against Epstein and himself for raping a minor, and the minor backed out of testifying. And so the case was settled and sealed. I wonder why she didn't testify, the 12-year-old girl who was raped by both Epstein and Trump. Or allegedly, let me say. They weren't found guilty, but they were. What do you expect? And yes, a hole. That's the empty vessel with no use bit really got me, Mary.
Is everyone okay?
I'm in a state of exuberance that we have a president who rates women on a 1 to 10 scale in the same way that we do, and evaluates women by their appearance and feminine attitude. We may have to institute a new feature called Would Trump Bang to signify the importance of feminine beauty ideals. Trump embodies red pill thinking into every fiber of his being.
And see, this is what I mean by you start off with, I can't get girls, I am bad at talking to strangers, or you know, something like that. Some form of insecurity, some form of anxiety about yourself, about your own body. Maybe you're thinking like, oh, I don't have abs. Maybe you're thinking, oh, my muscles are too small. And then you start looking at this content, and it leads you down this pipeline until you're here. Yeah, what the actual fuck is correct? Did you want to hop on and say something? Because you can if you want to.
Important that we support him. Trump might be one of our last hopes to overthrow the current system and banish the liar forever. More importantly, he's the embodiment of everything masculine. Trump becoming president in the United States means the West will eventually reflect him. We are taking our manhood back. No more slaves. Freedom for all.
And what when they say masculine and manhood there, what they're talking about is just being an asshole. That's really it. Like the things that Trump does that these manosphere types point to are like, fuck yeah, is just being an asshole to like several different kinds of people, whether it's women, whether it's racism, whether it's it doesn't matter. It's just being a dick. He's an asshole. He doesn't listen to people when they talk, and and that's really it. That's really all that he has. I can't think of anything else that fits into the masculine archetype that the Andrew Tate types build, because I mean, look at him. He's overweight, he's old, his skin looks like it's peeling off.
Since the dawn of the internet, it has been a place for people from all fringes of society to come together and find community in their shared beliefs. When those shared beliefs are violent and create a tribal-like focus on identity and power, those online communities grow like wildfire and eventually escape the confines of the digital world and create real consequences that can end in violence, death, and even insurrection. A lot of energy has been spent focusing on the religious radicalization of kids on the internet and the danger they pose to national security, but not nearly enough attention has been paid to the radicalized...
These things are related, might I add you. The religious radicalization of men on the internet ties into this manosphere stuff, because the religious ideals of masculinity and manhood of especially the evangelical religious types, or the Mormons who, especially like the polygamist Mormons, love this kind of language. They love this kind of thought process, because it means that they get to continue to control women. And hey man, do you hate women too? Yeah, did we just become best friends? It's really what it is. It's the religious right and also just the misogynist red pill community worked together because their ideals on women align, and that leads into politics. They in fact, Trump didn't start off being popular with red pills like this either. It was 4chan who made it a thing, and he leaned into it.
Of white men on the internet and the danger that poses not only to girls and women, but to democracy writ large. Because once a person becomes radicalized around one set of beliefs, such as that women are the enemy and men are the real victims of feminism, it becomes a lot easier to jump to the belief that immigrants and women are the enemy and white men are the real victims of feminism, globalism, and the cultural Marxism that has taken hold of every corner of life in the United States.
Exactly what she said, just down to like the T. But it's this is all influenced by so many different factors. Like we said, there's the religious right, there's the misogynist red pills, there's Russian influence, because Russian bots and Russian like really just a lot of I think the Russian government even just likes to push this kind of content out. It's beneficial to them. Also, Russia aligns with this thought process as well, so it's like they're not even spreading shit to like fuck with other people. They're trying to spread their own ideology. And a lot of people make money off of grifting like this. The people who are saying these things on the internet are often getting Twitter checkmark paychecks, or get like on Twitch live streams, like Aiden Ross and that kind of those kind of people. They're grifters. They just want money.
Slippery slope that leads to killing sprees, violence, and wholesale insurrection. This is the Manosphere to alt-right pipeline we should all be talking about. Roll the intro.
This intro has no right slapping this hard. Jesus, wow.
As a person who exists publicly, especially
I usually skip the intros.
shares her opinions online, I'm hyper aware of safety and security.
Alright, yep, that's what I thought. Ad, and this is why I usually just skip. Sorry, I'm not going to watch your ad.
Groups congregate, generally in forums and websites like Plan. Thanks to Delete Me for partnering with me on today's video. The Manosphere is the name for the place online where multiple different men's groups congregate, generally in forums and websites like Reddit, 4chan, and 8chan. These groups are many, disparate, and disorganized, but they include men's rights activists, incels, and pickup artists. We'll get into the nitty-gritty differences between each, but suffice it to say, they're communities where men are able to gather, voice their concerns and opinions, get advice, and connect with other like-minded people. While many sources point to the internet as increasing the feelings of loneliness and isolation the world over, it's also allowed for isolated community.
Now, I know the point she's going to make, but I disagree with it entirely. The internet allowing isolated communities to form their own communities and have socialization that way is both positive and negative. It's the fact that online communities themselves are neutral. They're not a positive or a negative. But having strictly online interaction and community and friendship and not in person as well, that is bad. That is antisocial. And what these online communities have done to ease the loneliness have only increased the loneliness by encouraging people to not engage in person. People have trouble talking in person now. People have trouble talking to strangers. People don't like when they're out in public and someone acknowledges them. And that is also bad. Yes, they have like community so they can talk to each other, but they don't interact with others. They don't get to engage with the world the same way. And don't get me wrong, this isn't just like the Manosphere community. This exists on like in the LGBT community too. A lot of LGBT people don't like to go outside, don't like to make friends, they don't like to interact with strangers. They hang out and with their friends on Discord or whatever. I don't know. I don't use social media. I don't do online friends things mostly. But they don't engage in person as much. Now it's getting slightly better over time because short form media really took off, and during the first 2 years of TikTok being a thing, things got really bad and people have started to kind of ease off, and I feel like there is a lean towards in-person interaction more. But yeah, it's the online communities is not a good or a bad thing. It's both, depending on the context.
These and individuals to gain a sense of belonging, friendship, and camaraderie when they've struggled to find it in the real world. And one of the most isolated groups of people in the world are men, especially men who feel that, for whatever reason, they don't fit in with regular people, or who struggle with friendships and feelings of isolation. And a lot of men struggle with isolation.
It's like you're only interacting with people who only believe the same stuff as you. You lose the ability to empathize in any way. You're exactly correct. And what she just said, the most isolated group in the world is men because they don't feel like they can interact with society. This is entirely manufactured. Men don't feel like they can interact with society because that's what they're told online. That's what the people that they listen to say. They say that you're different, that women will get jobs over you, that you are a low value male, and that women are only looking for high value males. They prey on the insecurities and the anxieties of these boys and these men and make them feel like they don't belong in society. They make them feel like they can't empathize with others, that everyone is the enemy except for the group of people that has been not only pushing these feelings onto them, but also it's like an abuse tactic, you know? It's like, here's a little bit of abuse and then here's some soothing afterward to get you to internalize these beliefs. And it happens over and over and over and over again. Every time you open your phone, it still happens. And so it leads to men feeling like they have to be isolated, that they have no other option.
Isolation. A 2021 survey found that only 21% of men said they had received emotional support from a friend within the last week, compared to 41% of women. And
how fucking sad is that? Emotional support in the last week could mean like, oh, whoops, thank you. Emotional support in the last week can mean anything of like, I complained about work to a friend and they listened. That's emotional support, you know? I'm having a fight with my girlfriend and I need to vent to that. That's emotional support. 21%? It's half of women.
Received emotional support from a friend within the last week, compared to 41% of women. And just 25% of men said they had said I love you to a friend recently, as opposed to 49% of women.
Again, that's so sad, but saying, like a guy saying I love you to his friend would be like gay or beta or weak, like in a derogatory way, obviously gay. This is depressing. Yeah, I love you, no homo. What the fuck? It's almost pathetic, but I know it's not pathetic because it's manufactured. It's just depressing. It's sad. Like no one. Oh my god, hold on 1 second. I'll just be right back. I have a delivery and no one else is home. I just have to grab it before someone steals it from my front door. I'm back. But you know what I mean? Like, how sad is it that no one says I love you to you? Really?
Between 1995 and 2021, the number of men reporting that they have no close friends jumped from 3 to 15%. No close friends.
No close.
The number of men saying they had at least 6 close friends went from 55% to 27%.
Wait, what was the time period for this? I missed that. Between 1995 and 2021, so in the last 30 years, 12% more men than before have no close friends. None. 0. No close friend. I can't imagine living a life where I have not a single person that I could say, like, because obviously this was a poll. Someone asked them that question. And so not having a single person in your life where you could be like, yeah, okay, sure, they're a close friend. None? And then people who have 6 close friends dropped from 55 to 27%. This is a huge increase. And social media, I believe, has a lot to do with it, but it's also the culture war that has been brewing for decades now. I mean, ever since Obama's first term.
55% to 27%. And that isolation has real consequences. Social isolation can significantly increase.
Why is that guy's mug broken?
And that isolation has.
He has a chipped mug.
Real consequences. Social isolation can significantly increase your risk of premature death from all causes, a risk that could be just as high as smoking and physical inactivity. It's also been associated with a 50% increased risk of dementia, and along with that loneliness comes the risk of self-harm. Between 2000 and 2020, 800,000 people died by suicide. Men.
And before we get there, just so you know, this also leads to people who want to suicide by cop, maybe.
Made up about 80% of them. And the pandemic only made it worse. In 2022, the CDC recorded nearly 50,000 such deaths, the highest number ever recorded. There are many...
And again, these men killed themselves because they had no close friends at all. I mean, social isolation is hard. COVID was hard, but people got through it by texting, calling their friends, video chatting, socially playing a game with something. You know, they're not having a single person in your life to lean on, is even during like COVID, where everyone was home. Nobody was like, it wasn't like, oh, everyone's at work, no one has time to like be friends with me. To be that lonely in a time period like COVID it's sad.
Factors that may explain the reason for this isolation. Again, the pandemic didn't help, but male isolation has been a trend for decades. Looking at that isolation through a feminist lens, one piece of the puzzle is that those feelings of isolation stem from the patriarchy, which defines masculinity in stark opposition to femininity and requires that in order to be a real man, men must be strong, emotionally controlled, confident, they must be able to provide for their families, they must be traditionally handsome and muscular.
This idea of a man doesn't exist. Like, it just doesn't. It never has, by the way. It's not like in the old days this was a thing and it's not anymore. We've lost it. This was never a thing. There was never a man that embodied all of these concepts into one forever and maintained that. It's nonsense. But yes, she's right. The patriarchy harms both men and women. This is known.
They must show no sign of weakness. The absence of any of these traits makes a man vulnerable to attacks on his masculinity.
Someone in chat said earlier, the only way to be a man now is to be a sociopath, and like even like American Psycho.
The absence of any of these traits
makes
a man vulnerable to attacks on his masculinity. The consequence of this is generations of men who have no clue how to connect with other people because real connection requires vulnerability, something they're taught never to show. This leads to increased incidences of suicide and violence. But the anonymity of the internet provides an outlet for men who...
Beyond that, it also leads to never being able to consciously process their emotions. Because if you feel like it's weak to cry, and you're upset about something, and you also have nobody you can talk to because, again, like we're going on, men are isolated, it's ridiculous. Of course it's going to lead to someone trying to off themselves. You have to be able to talk to others. And again, this idea of masculinity has never existed. It never will.
Men who have no clue how to connect with other people because real connection requires vulnerability.
What else requires vulnerability is emotional regulation. Yes, ticking time bombs, like you said. You need to be able to feel your emotions, to feel uncomfortable and sit with it for a moment, to get out. Like, it's reactionary. They get this emotion that they don't want, and they want it out. They want it out as fast as they can. And that's what they do. And this is all conservative ideology. It's based on an inability to cope with feelings of discomfort enough to analyze them and get to a rational point of view as a result. That's what it is. It's just that simple. To be able to analyze your feelings, to be able to analyze information that's given to you, to be able to analyze the world critically, you need to be able to control your emotions. You need to be able to feel uncomfortable and not want to throw it away, not fight it off, you know?
Something they're taught never to show. This leads to increased incidences of suicide and violence. But the anonymity of the internet provides an outlet for men who feel they don't fit the mold. They turn to the internet for advice and camaraderie. This can lead men, especially young men who are at their most insecure as they're trying to figure out their identities in all of this, to turn to forums to seek out advice from others for how to better fit this mold. This can start as something as innocuous as seeking out advice for how to talk to girls and maybe what workouts to do to build some muscle and improve their fitness. They may find helpful forum posts from men who felt very similarly to them and have managed to change their lifestyle a bit and benefited from it. They feel seen. and they feel a sense of connection that they've been searching for. So they dig deeper into the forum, and sprinkled in with the advice for high-intensity workouts and protein supplements, they see posts that suggest perhaps part of the problem isn't just that they need to change themselves, but actually that women are causing a lot of this pain and isolation through their rejection of them. So maybe women are...
And again, this is a reaction to feeling uncomfortable and not wanting to internalize the discomfort, not wanting to feel it and engage with it in a way that explains why you're uncomfortable, because obviously this person is uncomfortable and therefore they are related to the reason that's making them uncomfortable, but instead to point it outwards at something else, at women, for example, as the easy option, as the issue. Women are making me uncomfortable, not myself.
Problem. And this is a tempting explanation, especially to explain the anecdotal experiences of lonely, especially young men. Hey, that girl Sarah that I had a crush on in the 8th grade told me I was too short and everyone laughed at me. It's her fault that I feel this way. And I see a few similar anecdotes on this forum, so it must be women generally who are the enemy. It can make a person feel seen, and like maybe they're not the complete piece of shit they thought they were. And maybe that in fact they're fine, and it's other people who are the problem. And this is where the essential disconnect happens. Instead of having someone come in and tell them the other people who are the problem is society writ large and the predominance of the patriarchy, which requires strict adherence to gender roles at the risk of social isolation, and harm both women and men. Instead, someone is there telling them, no, you aren't the problem, and the other people who are the problem are women.
And the people doing this oftentimes are making a profit off of doing this. Grifters are the ones who do this most often. People like Jordan Peterson, people like, what's his name? The Nazi femboy one. Nick Fuentes. Yeah, where's my government it's not supplemented, it's subsidized. Where's my government subsidized girlfriend? That's what they want. They want to live in the Handmaid's Tale. Well, some of them do at the very least. But again, people are making a profit off of doing this, off of making people feel this way. This is not just a natural coincidence. This is not a thing that just exists. This is manufactured. The people who are telling these men, let's go back to the picture. People who are telling, where's the Reddit post? Give me the Reddit post. The people who are making these kinds of posts are profiting off of it. Whether it's on Reddit, whether it's on Instagram, YouTube, Twitch, TikTok, it doesn't matter. This is a grift. And it's also harmful to men. But it doesn't matter. They don't care. They want to keep making the money. And some of them actually believe. Some of them do want their government subsidized girlfriend. And so they think, two birds, one stone. I'll make a profit off of this. But again, men don't need to feel this way. They're made to feel this way. And this, again, harms all of us.
Instead of having someone come in and tell them the other people who are the problem is society writ large and the predominance of the patriarchy, which requires strict adherence to gender roles at the risk of social isolation and harms both women and men, instead, someone is there telling them, no, you aren't the problem, and the other people who are the problem are women. You are, in fact, a victim of women, and it's not women who are reinforcing the patriarchy that are the problem. It's actually women who are feminists. They've been given too much power. In fact, things were better in the 50s when they had less power.
Back in the 50s where you could just beat your wife for fun. Yeah, no.
Back then,
you know, the worst thing is that there are women who believe this too. There are women that are dumb enough to buy into this. Like, men at the very least have, like, from childhood, all of these different forces pushing them towards this conclusion, whereas women don't. And they still believe it, some of them.
They didn't feel isolated or bad about themselves because they took their rightful place as the patriarch of the family. Women didn't...
Not to mention, most men in the 50s were, genuine alcoholics because life was never, there was never this, mythical good old days of America. It was always hard for everybody. You think even in the 50s, a man having a wife and 3 kids has an easy life? You think he wouldn't come home from work, and just be like, I just want to have my whiskey, I'm tired. And then his wife is like, oh, did you clean the gutters today? And then he slaps her. Like, that was the 50s. That was what it was. That's what... They're not talking about anything real.
In society, and everything was right with the world. It's feminism to blame for all of this and the women who adhere to it. And now you have a young man who's gone from casually consuming tips about protein powder and how to talk to girls to a young man who believes he's the victim of a vast network of tyrannical women whose empowerment is keeping men...
I don't know how to clip it. There's a button. Oh, cool. I copied the clip to the clipboard. Cool. I did manage it.
...from taking their true place in society. And the deeper this young man gets, the more he personally and emotionally identifies with this online community.
I don't know. I've never tried to clip something before on here. But, again, yes.
Because it's the first time he's found an explanation for his pain that both makes sense and also takes his personal responsibility out of the equation. I'm not the problem. I'm the hapless victim. And then what the man does about this feeling depends on which flavor of Manosphere our hypothetical young man has found first or most identifies with. There's the men's rights activists, or MRAs, who have been active since long before the invention of the internet and tend to focus on how society is rigged against men, especially family law courts where fathers' rights are being infringed, and employment law where women are getting ahead by playing the woman card.
We are the male men. We are a men's rights.
None of these are true, by the way.
I'm sorry, what's happening now? Then there's the more Andrew Tate flavored pickup artists, or PUAs, who have also been around longer than the internet, who teach young men how to talk to girls, not from a place of genuine interest or respect, but from a place of psychological manipulation.
Hey, young men, you want to know how to talk to women? Because I'll tell you, it's really easy, actually. Think about if you were sitting in the waiting room of the doctor's office. You're waiting for your doctor's appointment. And someone came up to you and started a conversation with you. That was like a good conversation, didn't make you uncomfortable. And that was fine. Now think about how that would play out. What would be the thing that would make you uncomfortable in that instance? And then just don't do it to other people. Be genuine. If you want to talk to a girl, go up to her and give her a compliment. And don't stand around like, hey, I like your hair. And then, like, wait for, like, a moment for a reply. See the kind of body language that you're getting. It's really easy to tell if someone doesn't want to talk to you by their body language. You'll know if they want to keep talking to you. And just walk away anyway. Go do something nearby. Gauge your response. Yeah, just say, hey, you have really nice hair. And you're at a bar or something, and then go to the bar and buy a drink. Ignore her after you give her the compliment. Go buy yourself a drink, and then maybe, like, turn around, have a look at her, see if she makes eye contact. You'll know if she wants to talk to you. Be a person. Just act like how you would want other people to act to you. Be nice. Be kind. Don't be creepy. If you're going to compliment her, don't compliment her on her ass, her tits. I don't know. Say she has pretty eyes. Girls will melt for that. It's about how you do it. And how you do it just needs to be just authentic. Just chill the fuck out. Take a deep breath. Hell, you could walk up to a girl and just be like, hey, listen, I've been trying to figure out how the fuck to say hi to you for like 15 minutes over there, and it's driving me insane. You're really pretty. Hi, how are you? If you want to, like, talk to me, I'll be over here, at the bar, and then walk away. That's it. I guarantee you, most of the time, that girl will come back and talk to you. Because it's interesting. Like, that doesn't happen very often. I would be interested to go see what they have to say. Doesn't mean you're going to get with her. Doesn't mean you're going to, get a girlfriend or have sex, but she will talk to you. You got to practice. But beyond that, the thought process of, like, most men with how they interact with women in public has been poisoned by all of this, like, content. Like, all these men think, like, if they say anything to a woman, they're gonna get instantly canceled and be accused of, like, sexual assault, even if they're, like, not doing creepy shit. Because of the men who do actually do the creepy shit, and then get these accusations and then play it off as if, oh, I didn't do anything. These women are just being fucking crazy. And then people believe that because no one actually looks at evidence when they see a claim like that. I don't know. Most people aren't like me. If they're scrolling on the internet and they see a claim like that, they just go with it. They're not going to be like, oh, well, let's see, where's this source from? Who said this? Huh, are they reliable? Is this news source? No one's doing that, as they should, but they're not. Just be a person, be authentic. It's and be nice. That's all it is. You could be the most autistic person in the world and just talk about your hyper focus or special interest, and guarantee it'll work. I don't know. Maybe you like Pokemon, and you just walk up to a girl and just start talking about Pokemon. If she doesn't want to talk about Pokemon with you, she'll walk away. Don't follow her. If she wants to talk about Pokemon with you, she'll talk about Pokemon with you. Just don't give up. Don't blackpill yourself and be like a normal person. Please, just be a normal person.
They see this as a sexual war, which men have to win by any means necessary, including coercion, gaslighting, and even rape, with leaders in the community advocating for the legalization of date rape and teaching it as a skill in their books, seminars, and many online forum posts.
Yeah.
Similarly, incels, short for involuntary celibate, blame their forced celibacy on women who they see as trying to control them by holding out on sex, something that these men across the board believe should be available to them at all times. And feminism is to blame for women...
Back to Mary's chat of where's my government subsidized girlfriend?
...not being as sexually available to them as they were, say, back in the 1950s when everything was perfect. While spending their days obsessing over women, how to get them, how to have sex with them, how to hurt them, how to control them, how they're ruining their lives, these men also openly despise women, posting some of the most vile, dehumanizing, violent tirades against women that can be found on the internet. These communities are many and...
A lot of these men hate women, just outright hate women, but a lot of them hate women because they're taught to hate women. A lot of them hate women because they want women to like them and they're an asshole, and so the women don't like them, and so they hate women. And some of them just hate women because they want to be able to rape, gaslight, and abuse women. It's kind of a mix. It's hard to tell what you're pulling out of the bag, but those are the choices that you have. Not very many men who don't hate women engage with the incel community. There are some, and I mean like engage with the incel community from the perspective of an incel, not of someone trying to like get them out of the incel community, because there's lots of men doing that. But men that are incels that don't hate women are pretty rare.
Very and not neatly organized, but they generally tend to have common through lines of violent attitudes towards women who they believe are undeserving of respect, as well as generalized feelings of victimhood. They are victims of a system that has been rigged against them in favor of feminism by tyrannical women who want to see them suffer, and women generally must be punished for it. A recent article from The Atlantic explains further. Anti-feminism offers to address a genuine sense of grievance.
I mean... Oh my god. Alright, hold on. I will be right back. I won't be long. Alright, I am back. Sorry about that. Oh my god. hold on. Is my mod still here? Mary! Oh, guess she's not. That's okay. We can go on without her. Oy. So, as we were saying, yes. Oh, hello. I want to repeat this little section here. Just, bear with me. So, yeah.
Gaslighting and even rape, with leaders in the community advocating for the legalization of date rape and teaching it as a skill in their books, seminars, and many online forum posts.
I thought you specifically might be interested in seeing that bit. That's why I asked.
Similarly, incels, short for involuntary celibate, blame their forced celibacy on women who they see as trying to control them by holding out on sex, something that these men across the board believe should be available to them at all times. And feminism is...
Now, this is pathetic. Like, it's genuinely pathetic to be a person that blames women for you not being able to have sex with them. It's a skill issue, man. Like, stop being a piece of shit. I can have sex with women. I do have sex with women. It's not hard. It's really not hard. I know plenty of dudes that are having sex with women easily. You just have to not be an asshole. You just have to be like a kind, empathetic human being and not just expect sex from every woman that you see. Like, we're humans. We're all humans. Engage with us, each other. Like, we're like you. They think these incels act like women are a different species.
Is to blame for women not being as sexually available to them as they were, say, back in the 1950s when everything was perfect.
When women couldn't open their own bank account, I'm pretty sure.
Spending their days obsessing over women, how to get them, how to have sex with them, how to hurt them, how to control them, how they're ruining their lives, these men also openly despise women, posting some of the most vile, dehumanizing, violent tirades against women.
1974 is when women gained the ability to open our own bank accounts. So yeah, they like the 1950s, where women were more available to them because women had no fucking other options. We couldn't have money. You couldn't have a bank account without a man present. So what are you going to do? Of course you're going to just let the man do whatever they want. You need him to live. You think that that's good? I mean, they do, because they hate women. They want to go back to that. But, like, any rational human who isn't so much of a loser and so drowning in self-hatred and a lack of, I don't even want to say competence, a lack of a desire to better themselves and engage with the world from a reality perspective, of course they want to go back to 1950 when, you know, in their mind, everything was perfect. They would have hated it in 1950, by the way. They just really want to be able to shout slurs at racial groups and rape women.
That can be found on the internet. These communities are many and varied and not neatly organized, but they generally tend to have common through lines of violent attitudes towards women, who they believe are undeserving of respect, as well as generalized feelings of victimhood. They are victims of a system that has been rigged against them in favor of feminism by tyrannical women who want to see them suffer, and women generally must be punished for it. A recent article from The Atlantic explains further. Anti-feminism offers to address a genuine sense of grievance. Sites such as 4chan, another anonymous message board, have developed a whole language to talk about the hurt young men feel. Stacy's, conventionally attractive, sexually...
Now again, yes, young men... Oh, sorry, the video's not up on the screen. So, it's okay, there wasn't any graphics up until this one. So yes, young men do feel hurt for a real reason. However, that reason is being pointed in the wrong direction. And there is so much enforcing that push into to the right, you know, to hating women, that it's difficult for men to not, especially young boys, who who go on YouTube and they want to watch Fortnite content, and they're seeing this is 4chan language
Sites such as
all over the
4chan,
place.
Another anonymous message board, have developed a whole language to talk about the hurt young men feel. Stacy's, conventionally attractive, sexually available white women, date Chads, jocks, ignoring nice guys who get friend-zoned. Men who claim to be feminists are manginas and white knights. If these men date feminists, they're probably being cucked or cheated on.
This is all pathetic, but again, it is all manufactured to create this sense of insecurity, of anger, of resentment in men so that they behave in a certain way. It's on purpose.
Because women like real men, not beta males. What starts out as, why won't girls sleep with me?
Ironically, the people they call beta males tend to get more women.
An appeal to a wounded sense of entitlement becomes, why can't women be controlled? And this appeal to male entitlement and feelings of inadequacy, the threat to their masculinity caused by lack of stable, well-paid jobs, women who are able to work and pay their way without the help of men.
You know what would solve your problem if you're the type of man who really wants to be with a woman and feel like you can't because you're not, like, if you identify yourself as a low value male and that, you know, you're gonna blackmail, go find a woman who's like bitchy, like bossy. Go outside. Yeah, go outside. First of all, touch some fucking grass. First and foremost. And if that doesn't work, go find like a bitchy chick and, like, I don't know, get on your knees and be like, hey, can I be your puppy? That'll work. Just stop being a bitch. This focus on, like, hyper masculinity is unironically you being a little bitch. Just be a person. Tell me I'm wrong, Mary. Tell me I'm fucking wrong.
Men, more women who don't want to date men at all, declining birth rates, and a whole host of other phenomena that challenge...
Oh, sorry, lesbians exist. What are we gonna do? The lesbians are taking all the women.
Status quo.
I mean, we are, but...
And paint the world as scary and risky can lead to further radicalization. And so one thing leads to another, and these men go from anonymous online forum commenters to very public, very violent offenders very quickly. Take, for example, the 2014 mass shooting at Isla Vista, California, that ended in 22 injuries and 6 deaths before the shooter took his own life. In the hours leading up to the shooting, he had posted a 141-page diatribe in which he explained his hatred of women, fueled largely...
Imagine hating women so much that you're gonna write 141 pages of shit about it. Like, right before you go kill yourself? Well, I mean, kill a bunch of people and then yourself.
Actually, by an intense...
Did he actually kill him? I don't know. I don't know if he killed himself, he got arrested, he got shot by the police, one or the other.
...frustration over his own virginity. In the document, he described himself as the closest thing there is to a living god, saying he was the ideal, magnificent gentleman, and could not comprehend why women wouldn't want to have sex with him.
Well, I mean, just by the sentence of, I am the ideal, magnificent gentleman, I can think of about 1 billion reasons why any woman on earth, including myself, would never want to even be in the same room as you, let alone sleep with you. Milady, yeah, your fucking neckbeard with the fedora type. Jesus Christ. Like, this is cringe. This is what we need to start doing, you know? We need to start referring to these Manosphere people as fucking cringe. Just like Republicans are weird and they hate it, just start calling, like, people like Andrew Tate cringe. This is cringy. Just go talk to women like normal. What the fuck? What are you on about? Why are you Darwinianing just like a social conversation? Just talk to... You want bitches, my guy? Go talk to some!
So his only choice was to exact revenge on the society that had denied him sex and love, declaring...
You bully them back to normal. Unironically, kinda, yeah. Unironically, we kinda have to bully them back to normal. Just call them cringe for this shit, cause it is. It's weak. It's pathetic. You're sitting here complaining that women don't want to have sex with you. There are billions of us. Go talk to some. Statistically, it's literally not possible for you to not meet a single woman that'll have sex with you. And you know what? Try men. Give it a go. maybe you'll like it. Try femboys. Try trans women. Go try anything. I don't know. Just stop sitting in your house lonely and complaining about how much you can't talk to people and how the world is rigged against you and how you're alone. Shut the fuck up. Go outside, touch some grass, and then unshut the fuck up to other people. Please, God. Just, I'm begging you people to do this. It's actually obscene that we've gotten to this point where people believe this shit. It's fucking retarded. It's beyond, I can't comprehend how stupid you have to be to sit there and think, yeah, no, the system is rigged so that women will always be on top, and I am a beta male and I'm low value, so I'm never gonna get a woman. You are genuinely stupid. Please.
And I am the true victim in all of this. I am the good guy. His attack centered on a sorority house at a local.
The good guy who goes and shoots up a sorority house.
A martyr in the incel online communities. His 114.
Hey, I mean, look, say that a little differently, and you might actually pick someone up with that. Just, you know, hey girl, you wanna play some video games with me and then maybe peg me? I feel like if you said that to 10 women, one of them might peg you. Just to peg you, honestly. Maybe they don't even want to sleep with you, but the option of, well, fuck, okay, I can peg you. You know, like, give it a go. These people don't socialize. That's the thing. They're not even trying. They're sitting on the internet complaining. Any woman that they interact with, they go into that conversation with the preset, like, belief of, this is not going to end with this woman even, like, respecting me. If you go into the conversation with the preset belief, then of course it's going to end up that way. Exactly. You never know. Just go and act as if it is possible. Because you know why? It is.
41-page document has since been adopted in various corners of the Manosphere, with excerpts used to justify further vitriol. 4 years after the Isla Vista shooting, a man posted a Facebook tribute to the shooter before driving his truck through a crowd in Toronto, injuring 15 people and killing 11. In light of these and numerous other attacks perpetrated by members of these online communities, in 2018, the Southern Poverty Law Center, which tracks extremist groups, for the first time classified male supremacy as a distinct ideology of hate, noting that, like white supremacy, male supremacy is driven by fear and anger at the loss of white male status. The Anti-Defamation League's report on the connection between misogyny and radicalization paints a bleak picture. The underlying theme on incel message boards, readily found on 4chan and Reddit, is that the current sexual marketplace gives women too much freedom to choose their partners, which leaves some men being cheated out of their sexual birthright.
Their sexual birthright. I'm sorry. Do I get a sexual birthright? What's my sexual birthright? I want, what's my birthright? Let me think about this. My sexual birthright is Fletcher, actually. Some incels believe that denying them sex, women are committing reverse rape? Are you fucking crazy? There's no way anyone actually believes this. There's no way anyone actually believes this. They might say it, but no, this is beyond parody.
Some incels believe that by denying them sex, women are committing reverse rape, which they argue is just as damaging and harmful as actual rape and should be included in the Me Too conversation. Indeed, the Me Too movement itself likely only exacerbated these feelings that men and...
I have seen this video, but it was like a year ago because it was posted 11 months, so I forgot a large chunk of it, and so my reactions are real. I'm watching this with you. I've forgotten the vast majority of this. Is ridiculous. This was a fucking year ago. Imagine how much worse it is now. I mean, I don't have to imagine. I can just go on Twitter, but...
man's rightful place at the top is being threatened at all sides. The irony in all of this, of course, is that these men who are experiencing social isolation because of the patriarchy, their feelings of inadequacy for not living up to the male ideal required by the patriarchy, and their inability to connect with others because vulnerability isn't an option, have led them to hate feminists. the very people who are trying to end the patriarchy and who often critique the gendered requirements for men because they hurt everyone, including men. And while hating women, also share tips on how to confidently talk to women and how to lose weight and get muscular. In short, how to better fit into the patriarchy, which is the source of their despair. And as men are drawn deeper into the dismal recesses of...
It's like women who want to be a trad wife. It's the same thing. It's fit into the gender roles, and then maybe I will have an easier time. Maybe if I starve myself until I'm a size 0 and let this guy slap me around, disrespect me, and then cook for him, clean his house, and then do the laundry, maybe he'll love me. It's not real. This is not how things work. This is all cope. It's cope. It's just, it's cringe and it's cope.
The Manosphere, the message transforms from misogyny to misogyny with racial overtones. As one researcher put it, once you engage with the idea that a social justice warrior club and the feminist movement have increased the precarity of men, that moves over time into the increased precarity and endangerment of the West. And this slow change from Manosphere as a personal philosophy to Manosphere as a political ideology was documented by a research team who looked at hundreds of comments over years of posts on the Red Pill subreddit. The Red Pill refers to the movie The Matrix.
Again, this was intentional, by the way.
In which the main character must choose between two pills, the blue pill and the red pill. The blue pill allows him to stay blind to the real way that society works, and the red pill allows him to see the true nature of society, something you can never unsee. The main character chooses the red pill, and in the Manosphere, the idea of being red-pilled means you believe you finally see the world for what it is, a place where women have taken over, control men through sex, and men have become the hapless victims of feminism and modernity.
Unironically, by taking the red pill, these people are actually entering what in this scenario would be referred to as the Matrix. It's actually quite funny. Most people don't know this actually, but so the Wachowskis created the Matrix as an allegory for their transness, because they are two trans women, and the entire story of the Matrix was them coming out as trans women. It was the process of discovering that their reality is not what they thought it was, and then escaping it by seeing the truth. That's the Matrix. That, like, literally, I've watched the director talk about it. But they don't. Most of them don't even know. Most of them probably don't even care, honestly. But
interestingly, that term red-pilled is also
it is funny though, because it does piss them off when they don't know.
Used by the alt-right in regard to their own flavor of worldview, which we'll get into. Researchers scoured the Red Pill subreddit and indexed the posts in order to analyze how it went from decidedly apolitical, where politics weren't discussed and in fact were frowned upon because it was a space for men to air their grievances and politics had no place, to decidedly political. Trump is our man, and it's our moral imperative to vote for him to save ourselves.
Oh, sorry, I didn't have the video on screen again. Jesus, oopsie. Look, the reason for this political shift is because Trump and the Republican Party are totally fine with taking away the rights of women, are totally fine with to what the incel and the red pill community would see as good for them. It's part of Project 2025. They want to take away reproductive rights. They want to make it more difficult for IVF, contraception. They want that old school culture of like the woman is the childbearer back. But there are also parts of Project 2025 that don't often get talked about that are absolutely part of this manosphere controlling women aspect. They we'll get into it after this, but it's not an accident.
Means you believe you finally see the world for hapless victims of feminism and modernity. Interestingly, that term red-pilled is also used by the alt-right in regard to their own flavor of worldview, which we'll get into. Researchers scoured the Red Pill subreddit and indexed the posts in order to analyze how it went from decidedly apolitical, where politics politics weren't discussed and in fact were frowned upon because it was a space for men to air their grievances and politics had no place, to decidedly political. Trump is our man, and it's our moral imperative to vote for him to save ourselves. It became less about the man as individual and more about men as a cohesive group that can affect political change. And this is directly tied to the election of Donald Trump. Trump said the things that these men felt they couldn't say out loud, except in the Manosphere where they post violent diatribes against women and sometimes go out and actually kill women.
Yeah.
Trump made violent misogynists feel seen. After years of feeling like they had to be underground and anonymous.
The stuff like grab him by the pussy, like it played into this crowd. And the violent misogynists and the Manosphere types, the Andrew Tate types, they eat this shit up. This is for them. The shift of men to the right has been not only manufactured to lead to this point, but now that it's here, they also have like Trump and the Republican Party pulling. They have all of these forces pushing men in this direction. Now they have these people and the party pulling them as well. There was always the influencers and the grifters, but this is national stage. This is the presidential candidate now pulling the incels and the red pill community up onto the main stage.
To voice some of the things Trump was willing to say out loud. And there's nothing like making a group of people feel seen to get them to come over to your side. A 2021 study researched the migration patterns of commenters from Manosphere posts to alt-right posts on both Reddit and YouTube. The study concluded our results suggest that there is a large overlap between the user bases of the alt-right and of the Manosphere.
I think the wine.
And that members of
Don't
the Manosphere
autoplay.
have a bigger chance to engage with far-right content than the control group. Previous research has found that content creators on YouTube who share the same platform and often engage in public debate with each other, bringing their communities together and engaging directly with them, can create radicalization pathways on YouTube. And studies
Remember that JD Vance is like the red pill incel 4chan groiper, which is why he was picked. And there are, I mean, like Trump went on Aiden Ross not that long ago, and they did like a little Fortnite dance and committed an FEC violation. This is all on purpose.
have shown that members of
Again,
other online
over and over.
do frequently migrate to channels espousing more extreme views. The 2021 study found that the overlap between users in the Manosphere and the alt-right is substantial, and it's common for users who once commented exclusively in the Manosphere to eventually engage with alt-right content. And it makes sense.
Because
As
it's
I've said,
designed to
persons
lead
who
you
have been
there.
radicalized to think women are the enemy and I am the victim and women should be put in their place would also be susceptible to further radicalization. Indeed, reports have shown that alt-right leaders do active recruitment in the Manosphere because of this very premise, with misogyny the handy common denominator that serves as a useful outreach method.
Yeah, you start with women are shit and they're fucking you over personally, and then you move to immigrants, then you move to the gays, then the transes, and then the not even like just like the people outside of the country that aren't even immigrating. It never stops. Then it's the black people, then the Hispanics. They want a white nationalist ethno state. The people that are like at the center of this push. People like Pierre Thiel, who we're gonna watch just, I don't know, talk, I guess. I don't even know if he seems unhuman to me. We're gonna watch him talk in a minute. But people like that, billionaire, by the way, that is funding JD Vance. That's the reason.
This is in part because misogyny is one of the most acceptable parts of the alt-right worldview. For example, while offensive, it is still far less inflammatory to say that men are smarter than women than it is to say that white people are smarter than black people. The first one could be openly said on Fox News with little blowback. The second is often implied on Fox News but never said out loud, so they can get their toe in the door by saying the misogynistic things casually and then slowly weaving in the things that can no longer be said out loud because...
And this is the same thing that happens on social media, by the way. You get recommended things that aren't quite full, like, I don't know, pro right-wing positions. You're slowly working up to the positions that they want you to have. You're not getting the social media algorithms function in a very similar way to what is trying to be done with the Manosphere, and that's content that makes you feel afraid, angry, disgusted, some form of negative emotion is much more likely to increase engagement. And so Manosphere content is also that. And so slowly, little bits of that get recommended to you. And for every video that you watch or every video that you like, the level that you're on of what's being recommended to you increases. And then you get more and more extreme posts, and you get worse and worse things until you eventually end up at the destination of like, I watch Andrew Tate every day, or I'm going to vote for Donald Trump, or I think women are horrible and are the cause of problems in the world and we need to legalize rape. Like, that's how you end up in this position.
Society generally really frowns on eugenics these days. And then further narratives can be woven in to help explain real-world phenomena in a way that fits in with a certain worldview. Birth rates are falling. Women who reach higher education levels do tend to have fewer children.
Here's a good one. We're actually going to talk about this in the Peter Thiel video. Yes, birth rates are falling, but they never will talk about the ways of fixing that, which is birth rates are falling because women don't want to have children because people can't afford to have fucking children. It's incredibly expensive to have kids. Well, of course birth rates are falling. Childcare, food, housing, schools, healthcare, all of the... Do you know that how much it costs to have a baby in a hospital with no insurance? Did you know that even if you have insurance, they charge you several $1,000s to hold your baby after you give birth in the hospital? In most hospitals in the United States, they charge you money to hold it. These are the reasons why birth rates are falling. And instead they'll focus on women don't want to have sex with men because they're looking for the best men to have sex with. That's what they focus on instead.
Men can no longer earn a wage that supports a family of four.
Nobody can.
Women have independence and are no longer dependent on men. Women can control their fertility and bank accounts now, so they no longer have to be subservient to men, and their lives are no longer dictated by family or the church. The provided explanations that feminism has ruined society and women are fighting to oppress men at every level of society and government can quickly turn into a full-fledged conspiracy theory, similar to the kind of anti-Semitic QAnon conspiracies that have flourished since Trump's election. When you believe
also anti-vax stuff relates to.
And there's a vast cover-up to the point that you need to be red-pilled to see it, you're much more likely to believe there's also a cabal of elites and Jews running the world's economy and preying on children. F. Roger Devlin is an example of where these two worlds intertwine and then are given...
Oh, by the way, almost all of like the people who fund these Manosphere creators, like the billionaires like Peter Thiel and all of them, they believe that. Like, full on. They believe that the Jews are running the world and all. I mean, even like though they're part of the cabal of elites and they're still anti-Semitic and think it's the Jews.
Further legitimacy by people like
or at least say so.
Pseudo-academics with published books and therefore have an air of authority that bigots and extremists can then point to justify their ideology. F. Roger Devlin is a white nationalist who has argued that women's liberation has hurt white men's ability to procreate, because these women go off and get degrees and focus on their careers and are therefore less likely to get married and have children.
Aw, are you sad that women go to college and you can't just, like, impregnate them? Go try harder. Stop being a pussy. Pull yourself up by the bootstraps and go talk to some women.
Perpetuate the white race. Therefore, feminism and self-actualized women threaten the existence of the white race, which has upset the natural order of things. And the number of white supremacists who have been charged with or advocate an explicit favor for domestic violence is staggering.
Remember, the amount of white supremacy has also been steadily rising due to the political, like, the way politics has been since Obama left office. Well, even then, really, even during Obama, white nationalism has been rising since my childhood in this country, and it is pretty, like, consolidated now. Remember Charlottesville? We saw it at the beginning of the video. Yeah, they're getting too smart for me to control. What am I gonna do? Because again, it's not about women. It's not about immigrants. It's just about they want to be in control. They want white men to have all the power and everyone else is subservient to them. And I'm not saying all men are doing this. I'm not even saying all incels are doing this. The people who are funding this, and this is the idea that's being pushed. Whether the people who receive this idea, the people in the incel communities fully believe that or not, some of them do. The number of them that do has been steadily increasing for years. And we have a Nazi problem now, a full-on Nazi problem in the United States, as well as other places. And when I say Nazi, I don't mean fascist, I mean full-on, like, swastika-wearing Nazis.
This group, Vanguard America, promoted their new women's division.
Vanguard America is also Nazis.
With every child that she brings into the world, she fights her battle for the nation. Strong nations grow from strong families.
That is straight up from Nazi Germany. The idea back then of women's role was to produce, it was the battlefield. Her role was to produce children who will serve the nation, who will work for the country, who will produce for the country. Your job as a woman was to produce more workers and more soldiers. This is straight up Nazi ideology.
And in alt-right spaces, women who are friends with or date non-white men are considered race traitors.
Multiculturalism is genocide. Are you fucking kidding me? It's funny to me that they bitch about multiculturalism, except this exact ideology is literally the most multicultural ideology that there is. No matter where you go in the world right now, someone you can find talking about fucking Andrew Tate and like how women are trying to control men. This is the most globalist, multicultural, like, ideology that I can think of. You go to Israel, they're talking about this. You go to England, they're talking about this. You go to Germany, they're talking about this in Russia, Australia, China. I mean, I don't know for sure about China, but Japan, fuck yeah, Japan entirely. Japan and South Korea are dead countries now because of this, because their men have become so incelish that they just, none of the women will sleep with them anymore. They don't even want to. The men don't even want to. Then their population rate is just to the ground. And it's because of this. It's because of men being taught to be assholes.
Were damaged and generally useless. The common through line in the manosphere and alt-right spaces is the desire to control women and the feeling of entitlement, that these men had a birthright that was taken from them. Certain jobs, racial or socioeconomic status, sex. They deserve it all simply because they exist, because that's the natural order of things. And all these groups within the manosphere and the alt-right have been emboldened by the Trump presidency. They're validated and empowered by seeing themselves represented in the White House. Sounds nice, I've never experienced it. While misogynists in the manosphere have been migrating to alt-right corners of the internet for a while, it turns out that Trump was the ultimate uniter of these two groups, and the ultimate harbinger that brought them from dark, anonymous online communities and out onto the public streets. We saw this at the Unite the Right rally in Charlottesville in 2017, where a group of mostly angry young white men felt emboldened enough to shout, "The Jews will not replace us," en masse in public. And we saw it on January 6th, when groups of mostly angry white.
We forget sometimes. I mean, like, January 6th also, I forget how bad it was sometimes, but even Charlottesville, like, was really bad.
Men stormed the Capitol building, feeling they had personally been attacked because the man who represented them, both politically but also personally, wasn't given back the presidency. Numerous of the men in the crowd that day have been charged with domestic assault or intimate partner violence. Based on what we've discussed in this video, that a violent insurrectionist would also exhibit violence towards women should come as no surprise.
Yeah.
There's a lot of suggested band-aid solutions for these problems, such as greater enforcement of censorship in online spaces like Reddit, or teaching law enforcement how to better handle online harassment and abuse before it becomes physical. And those are important, but
So I agree with some of that, but the censorship of online spaces is, emergency with a friend. So it's entirely unsurprising that a person like before. I don't agree with the censoring of information online to this degree. I think there should be moderation that is stronger, but not censorship. if like don't like it said red pill subreddit has been banned is a picture that came up. I don't think they should ban it. I think it should be there to serve as an example of the wrong ideology. Have moderators, have the other option of we need to talk about this more. Go out and talk to men. If you are a man and you believe what I am telling you right now is true, then go tell other men. Go have them, watch shit like we're watching. If you're a woman, as safely as you can, also try and engage with men and try and push them a little bit to the side. It's not easy, and it shouldn't be our job to do so, but this is the world we live in, and we have to engage with them positively to fix this.
Don't get at the underlying problem.
We also have to get rid of the actual underlying problem, which is the money that is funding this and the political ideology that's boosting it.
Men are not okay. Like, I know it's a fun meme to throw around, like, are men okay? But
and mental health. Exactly. Actually, I should have mentioned this before. Sorry I keep pausing the video, Alicia. I do want to listen to you talk, but the mental health of men is connected to almost every single social issue and political issue that isn't strictly financial that we have in this country. The mental health of men, men are not okay. They are not okay, and they have not been okay. Are women okay? No, not really. But I mean, it's bad. I mean, back to what we saw earlier. 27% of 15% of men have no close friends at all. None. Only 27% of men have a few friends. I think it was 6. It's ridiculous. You need socializing. You need to be kind to people. We need to encourage good behavior. We need to encourage good social interaction.
Truly, they are not okay. Check on the men in your life. Based on the stats that YouTube shows me, I know that 75% of you watching are men. Are y'all okay? Check in with each other. Tell your buds that you love them. Get a therapist. And then tell everyone that you got a therapist so that it becomes more normalized for men to get therapists.
Fuck yeah.
And talk about therapy. Be vulnerable with the boys. Ask them how their hearts feel. Ask them what pain they feel in the...
Yeah, give the boys a hug. Come on. Even fucking Butcher in The Boys, the most hyper-masculine asshole character that I can think of. He's literally the embodiment of a lot of these ideals. Still cries and hugs his friends and tells the boys that he loves them every once in a while. Even that, he's the biggest dick in the show. I don't know, aside from Homelander maybe, but that's off the topic. Go hug the boys. Tell them that you love them. Ask them if they're okay. And continue to do that. Don't just do it once. Do it all the time.
Their souls. Okay, no, but seriously, it's really not hard to text a friend and say, hey, how are you doing? How do you feel about your job, or your kids, or your marriage, or your life? What are you working towards? Be in community with each other. Reach out, especially to the young men in your life. They're at a point where they likely feel really insecure and unsure of themselves. Show them what it's like to exist as a well-adjusted man who can speak about his feelings and doesn't fucking hate women. See if you can become a mentor to someone in your community, either professionally or through your alma mater.
We need AA, but for incels. Incel Anonymous. I don't know, maybe Incel Anonymous, Red Pill Anonymous, or Blue Pill Anonymous, I don't know, whatever, Incel Anonymous is good. We need that. Someone please, find a billionaire that'll fund Incel Anonymous, because I can't do it, because I'm broke. Or, I don't know, I'll do a fundraising stream if I get enough viewers. Maybe we can do Incel Anonymous together. It needs to be a thing, having, a mentor, work through, I don't know. It's you wanted to have a drink, so you call your mentor, and it's this woman really pissed me off. I should call him and see what he has to say. Not a bad idea. It's not the worst idea in the world. I'm not saying it would fix it, but
Or something. Statistically, 15% of you have no close friends.
Yeah, it's fucked up. All right, now to the people funding this, let's start off
Police in
with.
Romania are questioning Andrew Tate, the controversial...
Hey, shush. You're next, okay? We haven't got there yet. Now you've spoiled it with the autoplay. So, JD Vance urges billionaire Peter Thiel to back Trump campaign, get off the sidelines. So Peter Thiel is the billionaire that is funding JD Vance. He is really fucking, like, Peter Thiel is incredibly weird, but he is, you know, a fundamentally conservative guy. He is a big supporter of Project 2025. He has said some really, you know, he's the average. You know, just watch him talk and you'll know. So this is him talking about birth rate decline with Joe Rogan. I know this is cringe entirely, but we have to understand this man because he is the one funding JD Vance, and he's a billionaire who's spending a lot of money on politics right now, and it's important to understand where his views and his beliefs come from, even though this video is going to be brain damaging and cringe to watch. But yeah, he's see for yourself.
Rates collapsed it's probably it's again an overdetermined story. It's the plastics, it's the screens, it's the you know, it's
already off the bat entirely wrong direction.
It's certain you know, ways they're not compatible with having a career in late modernity.
That's more likely.
Probably our economics of it, where people can't afford
there you go.
houses or space. But
First time ever, actually, I've heard a conservative refer to the lack of people wanting to have children and actually put it to people can't afford to have children.
Probably always a little bit more anchored on the social and cultural.
And here we go. This is the more anchored part.
And again, the imitation version of this is, you know, it's sort of conserved across, you know, people are below the replacement rate in all 50 states of the U.S., even Mormon, Utah. The average woman has less than 2 kids. It's Iran is below that, Italy way below it, South Korea.
Almost every country in the world.
It's like,
I think the only place in the only continent in the world where there's a decent amount of countries that are above replacement rate is Africa.
All these very different types of societies, and so the fact that it's so, and then, you know, Israel's still sort of a weird exception.
Oh, in Israel, but yeah, weird exception.
If you ask, you know, my sort of simplistic, somewhat circular explanation would be, you know, people have kids if other people have kids, and they stop having kids when other people stop having kids, and so there's
that makes literally no sense.
There's a dimension of it that's just, you know, if you're a 27-year-old woman in Israel, you better get married, and you have to keep up with your other friends that are having kids, and that's
and what? So if you don't, when you're 30, you won't have kids because your friends had kids when you were 27?
You're just like a weirdo who doesn't fit into society or something like that. No,
That's not how that works at all. I don't know about Israel. Maybe in Israel, because Israel is filled with literally insane people. But in reality, no, that's not how that works.
And then if you're in South Korea, where I think the total fertility rate's like 0.7, it's like 1/3 of the replacement rate. Like every generation.
Well, yeah, because they're such incels.
Really heading towards extinction pretty fast. It is something like probably none of your friends are doing it, and then you're in this, and then
this is nonsense.
There are ways it shifts the politics in a very deep
Okay,
way, where you know, once you get an inverted demographic pyramid where you have way more old people than young people, at some point, you know, there's always a question: do you vote? You know, do you vote for benefits for the old or for the very young? Do you spend money? So, Johnny.
We're America, and we can afford to do both if you, Peter Thiel, and billionaires like you paid your goddamn taxes. We could do both easily. We could do that for every American, not just young people or elderly. We're America. We have all the money in the world that every single American could be living, at the very least, an upper middle class lifestyle with no work required from actual Americans, like to produce the money required for this. We can just do it. We can just do it right now if we wanted to. Not that we would, not that that's necessarily a good idea without introducing other systems, but like, no, this is fucking bullshit. What he's saying makes literally no sense.
They can read, or so grandma can have a spare leg. And,
That's right, it makes sense. It's just literally horseshit is what I meant to say.
once the demographic flips and you get this inverted pyramid, maybe the politics shifts in a very deep way where the people with kids get penalized more and more economically. It just costs more and more.
I mean, we are there now.
And then the old people without kids.
I mean, look at what Biden did for like healthcare for elderly, and young people are still struggling. So yes, we are kind of there now. And this part makes sense. It's just where he's leading it to. Oh God, I hate this man.
Just vote more and more benefits for themselves effectively, and then it just sort of it's once it flips, it may be very hard to reverse. I looked at all these sort of heterodox.
It's actually really easy to reverse.
I'm blanking on the name of it. So the set where it's like, what are long-term demographic projections? And there's this if there are 8 billion people on the planet, and if every woman, smaller population.
Look, regardless, we don't have to keep listening to Peter Thiel. This man is a white nationalist. He has engaged in the JQ stuff, and he funds J.D. Vance. He's funded J.D. Vance's entire career, actually. I'm going to do a segment on Vance at some point. I plan to do it this stream, but it's gotten a bit crowded with all the other stuff that happened and the little sidebars that we have. But I'll try and put in a Vance segment soon, and we'll talk about Peter Thiel more there, and the things that he said, and the things that he has pushed Vance to support. Because remember, J.D. Vance has changed his ideology quite a lot. Just a couple years ago, he was calling Donald Trump America's Hitler, and now he's Trump's running mate. So let's get to this last bit. This is just for my pure enjoyment, and also relates to the topic.
Police in Romania are questioning Andrew Tate, the controversial social media figure, after raiding his home earlier today as part of an investigation into alleged crimes, including sex with a minor and money laundering. Andrew Tate denies the allegations. A self-described misogynist, he's known for his online content promoting his version of a masculine lifestyle.
Self-described misogynist. God, he's such a piece of shit.
Trial on charges of rape and human trafficking, which he also denies. Here's our Eastern Europe correspondent, Sarah Rainsford.
Escorted by armed police, Andrew Tate, the notorious internet influencer, was taken in for questioning today.
What I've done wrong, who knows? Jesus Christ.
All the way. It followed this early morning raid on the home he shares with his brother in Bucharest. Police had to scale the walls to get in. The Tates had installed steel doors to make life harder. 3 other properties were raided and searched for 10 hours. The man, who has a massive online following, a self-proclaimed misogynist, is already awaiting trial here in Romania.
Yep, okay, so I was going to say, this is the second arrest. So, his first arrest happened, by the way, I'm looking at my board because I had to take notes because there was a lot of this. So his first arrest happened in 2022, and it was for 7 victims of, sexually abusing them and money laundering. He was having them do cam porn to make him money, and yes, and then he got charged with sex trafficking of minors, sex trafficking in general, and of rape. He was given a no travel restriction in Romania while he awaited trial for the original arrest, which is there a year ago. And yeah, I'll put that up there. And yeah, here you go.
Charged with human trafficking and rape. Now, prosecutors have announced a new investigation, including into sex with a minor and trafficking underage persons.
Yeah.
Andrew Tate denies that.
Romanian police spent hours searching the Tate brothers' home, and they've now spent hours more questioning them here at the Serious Crime Agency. The investigators have made it clear that there are several very serious new allegations, but Andrew Tate has already dismissed everything on social media as some kind of conspiracy.
Oh, of course he did.
Now,
because everything is a conspiracy now.
Andrew Tate learned exactly what he's accused of, and that he's being remanded in custody. His lawyer says details of the case aren't being made public yet by prosecutors. Mr. Tate, what'd you say?
He only had to spend the night in jail, but I'm glad he was in jail. That makes me happy. So, again, new charges of sex trafficking minors and sex with a minor, as well as money laundering. His original arrest was for human trafficking, rape, and organized crime. This was about a year ago. Now, the second raid happens for a reason, which is quite funny, but let's watch this in the meantime. Why is there no sound? The man is a piece of shit. Now, of course, none of this is like recent. This happened before, but this relates a lot to what we talked about today. And of course, he was arrested after another Manosphere YouTuber or live streamer, whatever, said that he was going to leave Romania when he was not allowed to leave Romania, which led to the second raid and the arrest, and then the charges of sex with a minor, sex trafficking a minor, and the money laundering. Now, still related to Tate, but on a somewhat unrelated topic, Elon Musk allows for behavior like this, for behavior that is normally banned from Twitter from people like Andrew Tate, because he likes them. Like, Andrew Tate can say the N-word on Twitter. I've seen many a post of him saying the N-word openly on Twitter. Why? Well, because a little while ago we saw this, which is the new API leak for Twitter, and it shows that certain people, if I can, you know what, hold on. Certain people get privileges of not getting insta-banned for saying certain things, such as end wokeness, Trump, real Donald Trump, POTUS, Trump Jr., Eric Trump, Elon Musk, Musk, Doge designer, libs of TikTok. Hey, look, libs of TikTok can say whatever the fuck they want, even though they are literally terrorists and have caused bomb threats to be called to schools and hospitals. Sorry, stochastic terrorists. Are allowed to say, I'm not going to read through this list, but, you know, slurs, just happily ignore wordless. Now, they can say all this, but you know what gets you insta-banned on Twitter is saying the word cisgender. New keyboard, I have trouble typing on it. Visibility limited. Visibility limited. This post may violate X's rules against hateful conduct. Oh, you got away with it. Maybe he took it away because people kept complaining. Okay, that's cool. They fixed it because enough people complained about the cisgender thing, and Elon Musk was getting really annoyed when every time he said, "Oh yeah, this is the free speech platform," everyone would be like cisgender in the comments. And I guess that pissed him off enough to change it. Just goes to show you that the best way to affect change in these people is to embarrass them, troll them, and call them cringe. Also, this is a new thing that I saw today. It is so fucking stupid. They're saying Kamala Harris is a liar because a resume that they found, her resume and job application a year after graduating college didn't mention it. No shit. Not everyone mentions every job that they have ever had on their resume. And if you worked at McDonald's and then you're applying for a job post-college, it's likely been 5+ years. And generally, most people don't put jobs that they've had more than 5, 6, 7, 8 years ago on their resume. It's a nothing. It's nothing burger entirely. And beyond that, I just wanted to show this. I saw this earlier. I hope it's still in the Oh, not a fan on. Let's see what that says. Give me a post, please. Let's find out what Kamala Harris said. Kamala Harris is not going to separate herself from Biden and Gaza. Straight up refused an arms embargo on Israel just to get them to agree to Biden's ceasefire proposal. It's something the large swaths of Americans want. Yeah. No change in policy.
To end the war between Israel and Hamas. President Biden has tried unsuccessfully.
Oh God, this is so bad. I'm cringing already.
End the war between Israel and Hamas in Gaza. He's been doing it for months and months, along with you. Would you do anything differently? For example, would you withhold some U.S. weapons shipments to Israel? That's what a lot of people on the progressive left want you to do.
Let me be very clear. I'm unequivocal and unwavering in my commitment to Israel's defense and its ability to defend itself. And that's not going to change. But
I just felt us drop 2 percentage points in the polls.
Let's take a step back.
Physically, like I felt the polls drop 2 points just from that sentence alone.
October 7th, 1,200 people are massacred. Many young people who were...
What about the 100,000 plus Palestinians?
Women were horribly raped. As I said then, I say today...
As if the IDF isn't raping Palestinian women in the West Bank and in Gaza.
Israel has a right to defend itself, we would. And how it does so matters.
Does Palestine have a right to defend itself?
Far too many innocent Palestinians have been killed. And
I'm so sick of this.
We have got to get a deal done. We were in Doha. We have to get a deal done. This war must end, and we must get a deal that is...
You're not getting a deal.
The hostages out. I've met with the families of the American...
The only deal you're likely to get is Netanyahu paying the United States to let him finish the genocide. That's the best deal that you're likely to get. We don't need to negotiate with them. We're fucking America. Kamala, come on.
Just out. Let's get the ceasefire done, but no change in policy in terms of arms.
Fuck the ceasefire. Fuck the ceasefire. We just need to, we need real fucking change. You think a ceasefire is gonna deal with this again in 5 years? You think if a ceasefire is implemented, I don't know, tomorrow, that there won't be another October 7th on October 7th when Hamas said they were going to do it every year until the occupation ended? Of course there is. There's going to be another October 7th. I'm sure there will be, unless, like, I don't know, something massive happens that prevents it, or at least they'll try. I'm sure, like, America being there now and actually helping might prevent it. But like Israel didn't prevent October 7th because they didn't take it seriously. I still think there's a pretty high chance that Netanyahu will start a war with Iran, or just like randomly like start a war with like Lebanon, even though tensions have been slightly cooling down over there around mid-September, early October, to tank Kamala Harris's chances of winning and maybe help Trump win, because we know that Netanyahu wants Trump to win, and that kind of thing would pull us into a war, which would make Kamala Harris and Joe Biden more unpopular and lead to more people voting for Trump. I still think that's a pretty I give it 35% chance of happening at this point in time.
And so forth. No, we have to get a deal done. Dana, we have to get a deal done. When you look at the significance of this to the families, to the people who are living in that region, a deal is not only the right thing to do to end this war, but will unlock so much of what must happen next. I remain committed since I've been on October 8th to what we must do to work toward a two-state solution where Israel is secure.
Israel doesn't want a two-state solution. They unequivocally deny it. And like, you're not going to get that, Kamala. We've been trying for decades. You're not going to get that.
And in equal measure, the Palestinians have security and self-determination and dignity.
You know what would produce that? An arms embargo on Israel would very likely end with that exact outcome. Safety for Israel, because we still protect them. We don't need to give them guns. Just stop giving them guns and just keep our fucking aircraft carrier there. Sure, no one's gonna attack Israel with us there, knowing full well that the entire U.S. military will fuck them up. I don't really care about Israel as a whole. I just I care about the people, and obviously they're humans. I just mean, it's not about keeping Israel as like the U.S. military base that it is. I don't care about that. I just care about stabilizing the region, and I don't think we should be the world's police officer, but at the moment we are kind of. Israel, no, you know what, we're not the world's police officer. Israel is our pet dog, and we didn't train that dog well enough, and now it is at the park biting little children. What do we do about that? We stop the dog from biting the little children. We protect the dog from the angry parents of the children who want to come and kill the dog now that it bit their kids. And then we also train the dog to not do it again. That's what we need to do. It's the only thing we can do. We could snap our fingers, coup Israel, put the new government in charge, and overnight, sure, we could do that, but the culture's not going to change there. The IDF is still inundated with these people. We've seen the videos of like the TikToks and all of that were used as evidence in the ICJ case. There needs to be a cultural shift, and for that cultural shift to happen, there needs to be incentivization for that to happen. We need to incentivize them to do this. We need to incentivize Iran and Lebanon and Hezbollah to chill the fuck out, okay? We're handling Israel, they're not gonna bother you anymore, but don't you fucking dare start shit because you will regret it. That's how we need to handle this. We need to engage positively with people with states that we consider enemies, like Iran. We need to show them that we're not there to just fuck them up, which we are, but, and we need to shift the culture in Israel. In the meantime, we also need to help we need the Palestinians to not hate every Israeli for the next 1,000 years, which is going to be quite difficult. Good way to do that is, just to start with at least, is reparations, rebuilding their homes, stop invading the West Bank. The arms embargo would go a long way towards a lasting solution, but there are a lot of things that need to be done. There's a lot of different steps that need to be taken, but we're not taking fucking any of them, and it's pissing me off. Okay, one more thing before we finish off. I forgot to show this before when we were looking at the Manosphere stuff. From SDL, the solution to the Manosphere is a 6'2" meat Hulk who straddles over the camera, lights a cigar, and tells boys that the sexiest thing a man can do is be an empathetic listener. This is unironic. This is probably the best solution that I've seen. This would work for a lot of people, I think. I think this guy with a cigar in his mouth telling like boys to be empathetic listeners and to be kind to women might just actually have a large effect on the Manosphere incel problem. I don't know. We need... If you're a guy that looks like that, if you're a big jacked up muscly dude, do something like that. I don't know. Help out. Go talk to your other male friends and then make sure that they don't hate women. Encourage them to socialize, to talk, to be kind, to be empathetic, to engage in community and culture like they give a shit, and they will be successful in finding a girlfriend, or at least someone to bang. Just talk to people, like, authentically. Be a person. Be kind. Try. Listen to them. Ask them questions. Compliment them. It's not all that difficult to have a conversation. It's not all that difficult to talk to strangers. It's just the anxiety of beginning to do the thing is the hardest part. I promise you. If you are the type of person who doesn't talk to strangers, who has anxiety, who doesn't like to go outside, who gets bothered when you walk into a store and the attendant comes up to you because now you have to talk to... If you're this kind of person, just actively, like, in your mind, pick a day, pick something that you're going to go out for, and compliment one stranger. Just pick one, anyone, and go say something nice to them. And then walk away. And then do that for a little bit. And then eventually, one of these people is going to compliment you back. And try and have a small, like, casual conversation with them. And then walk away very lightly. You can do this anywhere. You can go to a supermarket. You can go to a clothing store. Whatever you like. Just try. Talk to people. I promise you, it is much easier and feels so much better than you think it will. People crave this. All of you, I promise you, are craving personal, in-person, physical, social interaction. You just don't know it because you haven't had it in a long time. Just give it a go. On that note, thanks for watching, guys. I will see you on Monday. I might do a stream on the weekend. It depends how easy it ends up being for me to cut this video up. I haven't been cutting the last few up because I haven't really liked the content I've been making. I feel like it's been not up to my standard. Today, I think, was a bit better. But yeah. So thanks for watching, guys, and I hope you learned something.